presentation of Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One.
Watson under center from his own Cleveland 20. It's the snap, four-man rush, second down, 9 from behind. Ball knocked away, Highsmith. It's picked up by Watt from the 15 to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown! Pittsburgh touchdown! T.J. Watt!
Mahomes looking, right side, throws, end zone, touchdown! Travis Kelce! Patrick Mahomes with a strike, and he delivers. 14-yard score, and the Chiefs add to their lead.
Shotgun snap, Brock Purdy airing it out, deep for Debo in the end zone, makes the catch on the right side of the end zone for the touchdown. 27 yards to Debo Samuel, and San Francisco may have just put it away.
Tagovailoa in the gun, takes the snap, back to pass, looking, going deep down the right side for Hill, makes the catch, loses the defense, and he is gone down the right sideline. Touchdown Miami. Second big play tonight for Hill.
Long pass that lands at the 20. No one is there. Zeros on the clock. It's over. The Chiefs have won. The Chiefs have won Super Bowl 57.
Every primetime game.
Whatever it takes.
All season long.
The only thing matters is a win. That's it.
The road to Super Bowl 58 is on Westwood One.
Let's go, man.
Now, it's time for Sunday Night Football. Let's head to the stadium and join Ryan Radke and Mike Golick.
We welcome you to Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas for Week 10 of Sunday Night Football as the 4-5 Las Vegas Raiders host the 4-4 New York Jets. Tonight's broadcast of the National Football League on Westwood One is sponsored by AutoZone, by Verizon, by Wrangler, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by BetMGM, and by NFL.com. Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Radke along with Mike Golick. Scott Graham will join us shortly from our Westwood One studios. Well, the records for these two teams aren't great. Raiders are under 500, 4-5. The Jets are even up at 4-4, and yet there is some intrigue in this matchup. Raiders made a coaching change last week. They said goodbye to Josh McDaniels. They welcome in Antonio Pierce, and the move had an immediate impact as the Raiders blew out the Giants and celebrated like they won the Super Bowl. They also made a change at quarterback. The rookie Aiden O'Connell is in. The veteran Jimmy Garoppolo is out. So, Mike, all is well in Raider Nation right now. The question is, what did you see from them last week? And do you think it's a temporary fix, or is this sustainable for the Raiders the rest of the way?
Well, you saw the uptick in emotion. You saw Antonio Pierce change the way they were going to do things during the week, which a lot of players appreciated because it became very stagnant. That's the big thing, Ryan, right there is it sustainable? It's still the same players who have not been playing well, a lot of them during the season. So how do you go forward? You can live on emotion for a while, but you have to be able to execute on the field. And that's the question. I think maybe the biggest question, did Max Crosby buy another 100 cigars for the locker room after the game if they go 2-0 under Antonio Pierce?
Well, Raiders fans are hoping. They're hoping it's like Rich Bisaccia a couple of years ago when he came in for John Gruden. They made the run and went to the playoffs. Meanwhile, the story with the Jets, it's the same. The defense is great. The offense isn't. They've got to find some answers to fix things on the offensive side of the ball, Mike, because it is historically bad in a couple of categories.
Yeah, the biggest problem for them is the rotating offensive line, which we'll talk a bunch about. So that's the part of the football team that has to be in sync the most, those five guys. And when you keep changing combinations, that makes a defense run more stunts on the other side, which I would expect tonight to try and fool that offensive line. You have to help Zach Wilson as much as you can. The O-line is struggling there, so do you max protect, do you chip? How do you help Zach? One of the best ways would be a rushing attack with Breece Hall.
This is game number 9 for the Jets tonight. It's their 6th different starting offensive line combination. Max Mitchell's going to start at right tackle, 3rd time he's been there this year. Xavier Newman was elevated from the practice squad yesterday, first-year man out of Baylor. He's going to make the start at right guard tonight for the Jets. Not exactly the formula you want. We'll see how it works out for him.
It's all about confusion. Put people at the line of scrimmage. Which 4 are going to come? Everybody else backs off. You try and confuse, get a free rusher by somebody making a mistake.
Much more to come from Las Vegas as we approach kickoff between the Jets and the Raiders. But when we return, Scott Graham joins us from our studios. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football. This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. Visit the BetMGM GameSense website at mgmresorts.com/GameSense for information on setting limits, guidance on odds and probability, and resources for problem gambling support. Plus, you can learn strategies and get tips on how to gamble more responsibly, discover the symptoms of problem gambling, and find out whom to call if you need help anytime, anywhere. Stay safe and have fun with BetMGM and GameSense. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome to the Sunday Night Football pregame show on Westwood One, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, getting you ready for Sunday Night Football. Tonight, the New York Jets and the Las Vegas Raiders out at Allegiant Stadium. And got a lot coming up for the pregame show. But first, let's get you updated on what happened around the National Football League today in Week 10. The Houston Texans got themselves a win on the road in Cincinnati. Matt Amendola hitting a 38-yard field goal as time expires. They beat the Bengals 30-27. Houston and Cincinnati are both now 5-4 on the year. Cleveland came from behind, and Dustin Hopkins hit a 40-yard field goal as time expired. They beat Baltimore in Baltimore today, 33-31. Browns now 6-3. Baltimore is now 7-3. Pittsburgh won another tight game at home, beat Green Bay today 23-19. Kenny Pickett threw for just 126 yards, but Jaylen Warren had 101 yards and a touchdown in the victory. Green Bay's now 3-6. San Francisco's losing streak is over. They beat Jacksonville today 34-3 in Jacksonville. Brock Purdy, 3 touchdown passes, no interceptions for the 6-3 Niners. Jacksonville is also 6-3. Dallas is 6-3. They beat up on the Giants for the second time this year. The combined score in 2 games this season, 89-17. Dallas wins at 49-17 today. New York falls to 2-8 on the season. Detroit gets a Riley Patterson field goal as time expires. They beat the Chargers in L.A. today, 41-38. Jared Goff, couple of touchdown passes. Jahmyr Gibbs had 2 scores. David Montgomery had 1. And a big day for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Justin Herbert, 323 yards and 4 touchdowns in the losing effort. Seattle got a late field goal from Jason Myers as time expired. He's sensing a theme today. 43-yarder wins it for the Seahawks over Washington 29-26. Seattle now 6-3. Washington is 4-6. Joshua Dobbs could run for mayor of Minneapolis. He threw for a touchdown, ran for one today, and the Vikings beat New Orleans 27-19. Minnesota now 6-4. New Orleans is 5-5. It was Tampa Bay stopping their losing streak as they beat Tennessee 20-6 the final. Baker Mayfield, a couple of touchdown passes, and a big day for Mike Evans as Tampa evens up at 4-4. Tennessee is now 3-6 on the year. Arizona got a field goal as time expired from Matt Prater to beat Atlanta 25-13 in the return of Kyler Murray. Arizona's 2-6. Atlanta is 4-6. And in Germany today, Indy with just 1 touchdown beats New England 10-6 the final. Indy's 5-5. New England is 2-8. We're going to have more of those games coming up at halftime, but as we work our way toward kickoff of Sunday Night Football, time now to hear from Nick Costos of BetQL Network with some of the numbers our listeners might be interested in for tonight's matchup between the Jets and the Raiders. Nick?
Thanks, Scott. The spread for tonight's Sunday Night Football game sees Zach Wilson and the New York Jets, a 1-point road favorite at interim head coach Antonio Pierce and the Las Vegas Raiders, the total 35.5. And the betting market totally unfazed by last week's results, where the Raiders blew out the Giants in Game 1 under Pierce, and the Jets were blown out by the Chargers, the Jets holding tonight as a small favorite. But with a point spread like this, it's really just, hey, who do you like to win the game? If you like the Jets, it's probably because you think their defense is the best unit in the game and can overcome potential bad quarterback play. And if you like the Raiders, it's likely because you believe in the upside of a Raider team clearly re-energized under Pierce. Not an easy one to call. As for props, let's look at Jet star running back Breece Hall. Vegas allowing nearly 5 yards per carry to opposing backs. Hall's rushing yards prop 68.5. He could easily clear 80. I'm Nick Costos from the BetQL Network. Network, sponsored by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. Please gamble responsibly. Scott, back to you.
All right, thank you, Nick. As we continue with the pregame show, we'll get a closer look at this one. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
The strength of America, our values, our way of life hasn't just been won on the battlefield. It's won every day in our communities when we come together, extending hands of compassion, service, and hope to those who need it most. For over 100 years, the American Legion has been strengthening communities across our nation by providing life-saving help and support to our veterans and neighbors during times like we're facing today. It's what the Legion's all about. From blood drives to distributing food, from responding to emergencies and protecting the most vulnerable among us. Our mission is making America's communities stronger.
We are one family, and therefore we care.
We are the American Legion, veterans strengthening America. To learn how you can help, visit legion.org.
Hello, I'm Jose Hernandez, and I have been using a wheelchair since my accident in 1995.
My name is Andrea Dalzell, and I've been using a wheelchair since I was 5 years old.
I guess if I had one message for the general public, it would be that I appreciate your help. But please, ask first.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that I've actually got everything under control.
I think people get nervous. They don't know how to act, so they pretend I'm not there.
What probably bothers me the most is when waiters talk to my companion and not directly to me.
I think everyone with a disability can relate to that parking spot problem.
We know you're just parking in that disabled spot for a second, but please, don't. We're just looking for the same respect and consideration as everyone else.
United Spinal Association is dedicated to enhancing the quality of life of people living with spinal cord injuries and disorders. Download our disability etiquette booklet at unitedspinal.org.
Welcome back to the Sunday Night Football pregame show, getting you ready for the Jets and the Raiders. New York, 4-4 this year, 3-1 when they score 20 or more points, 1-3 when they don't. This has been an offensively challenged team, no doubt, and Zach Wilson has now been sacked 31 times this year. But head coach Robert Saleh, stating somewhat the obvious, says that Zach is still his quarterback.
Obviously, it's not the greatest show on turf. Obviously, he knows that there's a lot of things that he can do better. There's a lot of things we can all do better. And yeah, he needs to get better. He knows that. But I know the knee-jerk reaction is to always hit the panic button. But with all the circumstances, and you consider all the different things that are happening along the offense in terms of the lack of continuity on the offensive line and those guys trying to get their feet underneath them, he's doing the best he can. But again, he still needs to get better.
Jets trying for a rarity tonight. They haven't won a Sunday Night Football game since week 1 of 2011. Probably felt that long for the Raiders in terms of their wins, but they had a big one last week as Antonio Pierce became their interim head coach. I talked with him about the change in atmosphere he brought to the locker room and the inclusive approach that he brings to coaching.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to be on a lot of winning teams, both in sports and in life, and it all came to people. It was all about the people around me. You're only as strong as your weakest link. So where am I going? I'm going to our weakest links, and I'm going to try to build those guys up. We all know our offense was struggling a little bit, right? So that's where my emphasis is, making sure those guys know they have my full support. I believe in them. We have a good O-line. We have a good running back. We have good wide receivers. We actually have great wide receivers. And just letting them guys understand, like, that's who you are. We just got to get back to it. You got to believe in yourself. I believe in you, and just letting them understand that I have their back.
Did you expect to be a head coach in the National Football League?
Yes.
This soon?
No. You thought you had to go through the process. You watch it and you watch all the great coaches now be great coordinators and then work their way up. There's a few that I know jumped from position coaches to head coaches, but then I think you also got to look at, who that person is and where they've been in their life. I've been fortunate to have a blessed professional career, and I did pretty well off the field as well, with a lot of different business adventures. So it's not my first rodeo leading an organization or leading a company. And more importantly, just, being the one that can kind of like settle and get everybody calm and believe in what we want to do.
The opponent you had last week has been struggling for a good part of the year. The opponent you have this week is a team that has shown from time to time that they can be very stout defensively. They can do some things offensively. What do you see from them on film?
Yeah, it's a really good football team. They just won 3 in a row. They had a rough outing the other night, but this is a team that, when they're dialed in and they're ready to go, it's an issue. Defensively, you know what you're going to get. There's no fair dodging with these guys. They're physical. They're big up front, very skilled in the back end. And then you look at the running game. I mean, it's impressive with what they've been able to do with guys in and out the lineup. So by no means are we saying, what happened last week or who the team. No, we're facing and expecting the best team coming in our building.
I remember the expression on your face when you won that Super Bowl, when you won that Lombardi Trophy, when you got your ring. Is it possible for you to be able to communicate that to the younger guys who are part of this roster right now, how truly life-changing and special that is?
Yeah, I told them. There's been 3 moments in my life where I had butterflies. That was my first game as a rookie, when I finally made it, playing in the National Football League. And then, being on the biggest stage in front of 100 million people, winning the Super Bowl. And the other night, I had butterflies. I did. I was like, what is this? I didn't know what it felt like. You're talking about over 17 years ago. I'm like, what is this feeling? And the joy that I felt after the game was like no other. The joy I felt as I ran into the locker room and saw the joy and the smiles on our players, our staff, support staff, everybody in the building was like, this is why you do what you do. This is why, I decided, to get back into coaching, get back into football, to be in that locker room and have that feeling.
You understand why the Raiders are so excited now? Antonio Pierce with a different attitude as the Raiders get set for the New York Jets tonight. The opening kickoff is coming up. We're going to rejoin Ryan Radke and Mike Golick at Allegiant Stadium when we return. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Don't miss Provember at Lowe's. Save $80 on a DeWalt Combo Kit and save $20 on a 5-gallon pail of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams All-Purpose Power Primer. Plus, MVP's members earn 3 times the bonus points on DeWalt and HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams products. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Bonus points calculated before tax and fees after applicable discounts if any. Valid through 11/22, subject to change.
Hey guys, it's Susie Schuster, and I am so excited for my new podcast coming out this fall. It is called What the Football with Susie Schuster and the Princess of Darkness, Amy Trask. If you're looking for a new podcast to listen to about jargon, heavy-legged waist benders, this is not for you. We're going to have big girl conversations and we're going super deep to bring you weekly guests that you won't find anywhere else. It is What the Football with Susie Schuster and Amy Trask, wherever you listen.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. It's time for another memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Kohl's.
It's going to be fielded by Christie at the 10. He bobbles and he goes back to pick up on the 12. Christie is shaken, fumbles the ball. It is recovered by Oakland for a touchdown. The ball bounced into the end zone. It was recovered. It was recovered by Preston Weidel-Huber for a touchdown. 33 seconds left, and Oakland has scored 2 touchdowns in 9 seconds.
Merle Harmon on WABC Radio in New York 55 years ago with one of the most famous endings in sports history, except many people didn't see it. In that 1968 New York Jets-Oakland Raiders game, the Jets led by 3 points with 61 seconds to go. But as the clock struck 7 p.m. Eastern Time, NBC cut away from the game on the East Coast to go to the beginning of the children's movie Heidi. You hear the music, right? The viewers at home were upset. They became irate when they found out what they'd missed. First, the Raiders scored a touchdown on a 43-yard pass from Darryl LaMonica to Charlie Smith with 42 seconds left. Then in the play you just heard, the Jets fumbled the ensuing kickoff. The Raiders scooped and scored to pull off a stunning 43-32 victory. Luckily for radio listeners, that broadcast continued until the end of the game. The ensuing uproar from the Heidi game caused the NFL and its TV partners to ensure that all future games be shown until their conclusion in the home markets. That's tonight's memorable moment in football history, sponsored by Kohl's. Celebrate the season with gifts, deals, and holiday feels. Find perfect presents for everybody and every budget. Shop Kohl's and Kohl's.com today. Getting you ready to go back out to Allegiant Stadium. You see, Ryan Radke, this is the type of production value that we bring you at Westwood One.
Scott, I never had any doubt about the type of production value that you bring. You are a true professional. It is great to work with you every week. Mike Golick is also here in the booth. Mike,
here we go again. Here we go. Now, when Heidi was playing, I was tearing up a little bit.
It was pretty cool. It was well done. I had a Hall of Famer with me last week.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Let's talk about some keys for the game tonight. Let's talk about the Jets. You heard Antonio Pierce say it a little while ago. Jets had won 3 straight games. Then it was ugly for them last week. Raiders certainly can't afford to take them or anyone else lightly. What are the keys for the Jets to get back on track tonight?
Okay, I want you to listen closely, Ryan. I'm going to really break something down here.
Here we go.
Okay?
Profound.
Block Max Crosby. Okay, I don't have to go too much further than that. Block him. The man leads the league in tackles for loss. He's second in the league in sacks, and you have an O-line on their 6 combination of starting 5, which we'll get into more. So have a plan for him. Defensively for the Jets, load the box. You know that the Raiders are going to want to run Josh Jacobs. And you have a young quarterback. So, again, this is not rocket science. Load the box, take that away, make the young quarterback beat you.
All right, Raiders are feeling really good about themselves after their win last week against the Giants. What do they have to do to make it 2 in a row over the New York team?
So it's always help the young quarterback. So whether that's running the ball, but it may be tough because, as I just mentioned, the Jets are going to load the box. Though this game may take an hour and a half with all the running that goes on. That clock may be moving. But get the ball out quick. Get the passes out quick. I think you're going to see some hitches, some slants. Aiden getting rid of the ball quickly to let his guys do his thing. And on defense, run games up front. As I mentioned, 6 different offensive line combination. Games confuse players, the offensive line that haven't worked together an awful lot. So confuse them with the games.
Beautiful night here in Las Vegas. It's 64 degrees outside, a perfect 72 inside, and the fans are going nuts as the torch is about to be lit here at Allegiant Stadium. Ice Cube is on hand to do the honors tonight to light the torch. Michelle Williams of Destiny's Child sang the national anthem, and now Ice Cube lights the torch here at Allegiant Stadium.
We were hanging a little bit ago, me and Cube.
Talking about your collab?
Yeah.
Is that the word you used a couple of weeks ago when we were here?
I don't remember a couple of weeks ago when we were here.
That's shocking. Jets won the toss. They have deferred their option to the second half. They're going to put their defense out first. New York in the all-white uniforms, white jerseys, white pants. They have the green numbers on the white jerseys and the green helmets with Jets on either side in white. Meanwhile, for the Raiders, it is the black jerseys with the silver numbers, the silver pants, and the silver helmets with that iconic Raiders logo on either side. Greg Zuerlein with the ball teed up at the 35-yard line. He will kick it away from our right to our left. DeAndre Carter is back deep to return. Great to have you along for week number 10 of Sunday Night Football. Zuerlein steps it off, looks to his left, looks to his right. He's ready to go. Carter waiting about 3 yards deep in the end zone. Zuerlein on the approach, and we're underway with an end-over-end kick. And Carter will let this one land 9 yards deep in the end zone, and the Raiders will start at the 25, 1st and 10. So Aiden O'Connell coming off his second career start, 16-25 for 209 yards a week ago. 4th-round pick out of Purdue. Josh Jacobs had his best game of the year. He had 26 carries for 98 yards in the win against the Giants. Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, Hunter Renfrow are the wide receivers. Austin Hooper, Michael Mayer are the tight ends. Raiders will start with the ball on the far side left hash. 1st down and 10. O'Connell goes under center with Jacobs, the running back. 2 receivers to the left. Changes up front for the Raiders tonight. Jermaine Illuminor is at left tackle. Thayer Munford is at right tackle. And an extra offensive lineman in the game for Las Vegas. O'Connell under center, barks out the signals, takes the snap. He's back on a play fake, looking to his left. Throws left side, and that's batted down incomplete. Trying to get the ball in the hands of Devontae Adams, but that pass was tipped at the line of scrimmage. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Well, all we heard about is rushing Josh Jacobs more, and they will, but I kind of like coming out and faking that and going for the pass first. You mentioned 6 offensive linemen. The Raiders are 2nd in the league at times using 6 linemen, so this is something you'll see time and time again.
Jamie and Sherwood, 3rd-year man out of Auburn. Got a hand up there to swat that one down. 2nd down and 10. Raiders will go with a slot to the right. Mayer, the tight end, lined up inside of Myers. Adams, single man to the left, now motions across the formation to the right. Shotgun snap, quick throw, right side, caught by Adams, running outside the numbers, turns the corner over the 30, ducks down, and dives out to about the 31, maybe the 32. So Devontae Adams getting a touch early on. They'll give him the 31. That'll be a gain of 6. It'll bring up 3rd and 4.
That's what I talked about right before the game. Get the ball out quick. Could be hitches, could be slants, get your other guys blocking. Michael Mayer landed an incredible block on Jamie Sherwood, absolutely buried him to free up Devontae Adams for a few more yards.
Raiders have really struggled on third down this year. 28th in the league, converting 33%. O'Connell back to pass, looking, throws short over the middle, caught by Adams, but he's going to be ridden down shy of the line to gain. He needed the 35. He's taken down at the 34. It's going to bring up a 4th and 1. The punt team is huddled on the sideline. Fans want to see him go for it. They're not going to do it. A.J. Cole and the punt team coming out.
So this is one he waited for Adams on the crossing route, but he had Josh Jacobs early out in the flat to get the first down. That's a young quarterback not taking what was there right away to move the sticks. Instead, he waited for Adams on the crosser.
A.J. Cole set an NFL record last week, averaging 63.6 yards per punt.
And was not the AFC Special Team Player of the Week.
Yeah, we need to look into that. Xavier Gibson is back deep at the 10-yard line to return for the Jets. Cole standing at the 20-yard line awaiting the snap. He's got it under no pressure, gets away a spiraling kick. Gibson running up, signals for a fair catch, moving to his right, and he collects the punt around the 22 or 23-yard line, and that's where the Jets will have it for the first time. First down and 10 after a 44-yard punt. So Zach Wilson at quarterback. Wilson has completed below 60% this year. He comes in 30th in the NFL in passer rating, completion percentage, and touchdown passes. Breece Hall is the running back. Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard are the starting wide receivers. Tyler Conklin, Jeremy Ruckert are the tight ends with contributions from C.J. Uzama. Jets will open up in the eye. Two receivers go to the left. Wilson under center. First and 10, New York from its own 22. Ball is on the far side, right hash. Here's the snap, handed off. Breece Hall runs along the right hash, crosses the 25, and he's out to the 26. That'll be a gain of 4 for Breece Hall on first down and bring up second down at 6. So the Raiders come out throwing, the Jets come out running.
Yeah, exactly what we thought, right? Way to prove me, show me I'm wrong in trying to break down what's going to happen. But listen, Breece Hall has been having an incredible year, averaging over 5 yards a carry, so you want him to touch the ball as much as he can.
4th in the NFL in yards per carry this year. Second down at 6, Wilson in the gun, 2 receivers left, single man right. Wilson waits, gets the shotgun snap, he'll give it to Hall, runs right, cuts back left between the hash marks and falls forward for about a yard out to the 27-yard line, and that'll bring up a third down at 5. And this was something that was talked about in New York this week, Mike. A lot of people thought the Jets got way too pass happy against the Chargers on Monday night. They want to get back to that ground game.
Well, they need to get back to it to make it third and a little more manageable. Now here it is 3rd and 5. They're going to pass it, so all eyes on Max Crosby and how they handle him on the outside.
Jets dead last in the NFL in third down conversions, 22%. That's the worst mark in the NFL since 1970. 2 receivers left, single man right. Wilson in the gun, takes the snap, back to pass, looking left, throws left on the slant, and that is caught by Garrett Wilson up across the 30-yard line at the 33. That's a first down. There is a penalty flag on the field.
Side judge throwing it, so it could be an alignment issue.
Offside. Defense number 51. This penalty is declined as the play results in a first down.
That's Malcolm Kuntz, who was lined up offside. The Jets will decline it, and they convert their first third down opportunity of the game on the pass to Garrett Wilson for a gain of 6.
That was a great throw by Zach Wilson. I mean, absolutely threading the needle to Garrett Wilson.
From the 33, 1st and 10, receivers left and right. Wilson goes under center. Hall remains the running back. Here's the snap. Wilson back on a play fake. Sets his feet. Has plenty of time. Looks. Throws deep down the field. That's caught by Wilson. Racing right 45 down to the Raider 40. 35-30. Cuts left. Garrett Wilson spinning his way down to the Raider 25. Zach Wilson to Garrett Wilson one more time. They'll mark him at the Raider 26. And a big passing play for the Jets early.
Again, these routes over the middle, if you have time, end up being open. Kudos to the O-line. We've talked about the different combinations. It was going to be a big play. And then Marcus Peters is there to make the tackle and can't. Garrett Wilson gets around him for a bunch more.
41 yards on the hookup, Wilson to Wilson. 1st and 10, Jets from the Raider 26. Zach Wilson in the gun with 2 receivers left, single man to the right. Here's the snap. Wilson back, looks left, rush coming, hit, flips the ball forward, picked up by the Raiders. I haven't heard a whistle yet. Now the Raiders running the other way. Right now they're saying loose ball. Now they will say incomplete. The officials let it go, and now a flag has come in.
It's going to be incomplete, and it's going to be intentional grounding because there's nobody around. He just kind of dished the ball out just to get rid of the ball. And that it was an incomplete pass. That's the correct call to make. unless we'll get a view and see if his knee was down. If his knee wasn't down, it is incomplete, but then there was no receivers in the area.
Sean Hockley will sort it all out.
Intentional grounding by the quarterback. There was no receiver in the area. This is a 10-yard penalty and a loss of down. It's second down.
Guess who hit him?
Yeah. Well, there's your guy, Max Crosby, coming around the edge. They let that play go, and the ball bounced into the hands of Bilal Nichols, who just kind of sat there holding it until his teammates started saying, run! And it was after that Hockley signaled incomplete and tossed the flag. So they'll move it back to the 36-yard line. It'll be second down and 20 for the Jets. Out of the huddle with two receivers to the left. Garrett Wilson, single man to the right. Zach Wilson lines up in the shotgun. 4 down linemen for the Raiders. Wilson looks over the defense, gets the snap. They're going to run a draw. Handoff running left outside the hash marks across the 30-yard line and down to the 29. That's Dalvin Cook, the veteran, signed in camp after all those years in Minnesota. He gets his first touch of the night. It'll set up a 3rd and long. A run of 7 for Cook, who has been frustrated with his limited role in the offense.
Well, I mean, I thought it was going to be a lot more as well as he did. I thought that was a great pickup for the Jets before the season started to get him to work in Breece Hall coming off the ACL. But Breece Hall has really come out of the gates, as you mentioned, 4th in the league, 5.2 yards per rush. He has come back very strong from the ACL.
Now Michael Carter, the 3rd down back, checks in on 3rd and 13. Trips right, single man left. Wilson in the gun, gets the snap, quick throw out to the right, dropped. Tried to get it to Xavier Gibson. It went right off his hands. And that'll bring out the field goal team for the Jets. Well, the New York Jets have not scored on an opening drive this year. They have a chance to end that string right here with a field goal attempt for Greg Zuerlein. It's not going to be a gimme. This will be a 47-yard attempt. Zuerlein, of course, with a big leg.
He's got the leg along the 61, so he'll have the distance. I saw him in warm-ups pushing a couple to the right. Let's see if he can get it between them this time.
Zuerlein says he's ready. Here comes the snap. Ball is down. The kick from Zuerlein is on the way. End over end, and it is good. And the New York Jets have scored on their opening drive and taken an early lead. It's the Jets 3 and the Raiders nothing with 10:13 to go in the first quarter. A reminder that for every field goal made tonight and throughout the remainder of the season, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol shaving cream, an American original for over 100 years. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 10:13 to go first quarter. Jets 3, Raiders nothing. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Soccer's biggest clubs play in the English Premier League, and you could hear them in action every week on Sirius XM FC.
A 5-star show from Manchester City.
From the traditional powers
Liverpool have been incredible tonight. Manchester United may just have won it.
to the new kids on the block.
Newcastle United, they have lived off.
All the top teams.
A quick fire double from Chelsea.
Every match.
Absolutely glorious from Tottenham Hotspur.
Only on Sirius XM FC 157 and the SXM app. The MLS Cup playoffs have arrived, and there's no better way to keep up with the postseason than with Sirius XM FC. From the flag bearers to the fresh faces.
It's gone away by Klaus! And Klaus scored!
Hear every playoff match all the way through the 2023 MLS Cup final.
Ali Mukhtar, the header! There's the hat trick!
It's the MLS playoffs on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Santa baby, bring on the merry and bring on the bright. Sing along with modern holiday hits on Holly, Channel 79, or revisit Christmas past with the nostalgic sound of holiday traditions on Channel 71.
Christmas.
Listen now through Christmas Day and enjoy dozens of unique holiday channels anytime you want in the Sirius XM app.
The seasons are changing.
All the leaves are brown.
But there's always time for fun. In the sun. The Beach Boys transport you to summer with the return of their limited edition channel. Good vibrations. The Beach Boys channel. Now for a limited time, exclusively on the Sirius XM app. Just search Beach Boys.
Kelly Clarkson here, everybody. Get ready for the Kelly Clarkson Connection.
Connecting the music she loves.
Everything from Rosemary Clooney to Aerosmith.
The music she's inspired by.
The Queen, y'all. Aretha Franklin. Possibly my biggest influence vocally.
And her own award-winning catalog.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
That's what you're going to get here. So you're welcome in advance. My Sirius XM channel.
The Kelly Clarkson Connection.
Channel 12. And on the Sirius XM app. Free with all trials and popular plans.
Call, click Ranger.com, or stop by one of over 250 branch locations.
I would expect now to get down to the Josh Jacobs portion of the game on the second drive here to try and establish the run.
How surprised are you the Raiders came out with 3 straight passes?
A little surprised, but I think they were trying to surprise the Jets.
2 tight ends right, receivers left and right. O'Connell under center, 1st and 10 from the 25. Ball resting in between the hash marks. O'Connell with a hard count, takes the snap, handoff Jacobs, runs left along the hash, gets a couple and then is shoved backwards. There was some movement up front, but I don't see a flag.
I thought it looked to me like the Jets ended up in the neutral zone on the snap. So I'm a little surprised there was no flag either. C.J. Mosley absolutely cleaned up Josh Jacobs for a 2-yard gain.
Ends up as a 2-yard run, 2nd down and 8. Well, if you're a Jets fan and you are looking for something positive early in the game, obviously the score helps. How about this? The Jets this year have not lost a game when they've led at any point. They're 4-0 as long as they have the lead, which they do right now.
Okay, we're going to pack it in then.
2nd down 8 from the 27. O'Connell under center, stumbles on a play fake, steps up in the pocket, throws deep down the field. Adams has it at the 50, running left to the 40, down to the 35, and steps out of bounds, shy of the Jets 30. A play that looked like disaster ends up gold. O'Connell stumbling back from under center, throws across the middle. Adams with a fingertip catch and runs down to the Jets' 31-yard line, a gain of 42.
When O'Connell let go of that ball, he had to be going, no, because he had Devontae Adams wide open, and he was very close to overthrowing him. Adams goes up and does what he does. Brings that ball in for a huge gain.
So Zach Wilson to Garrett Wilson, big passing play. Now Aiden O'Connell to Devontae Adams for a big play. 1st and 10 Raiders at the Jets 31. Receivers left and right, 2 tight ends right. O'Connell back in a play fake. Rolls to his right, throws back left to Jacobs. Has it along the numbers on the left across the 25. And he dives down to about the 22. It's a 9-yard gain, but there is a penalty flag on the field, and it's going against the Raiders.
Yeah, late flag on that. It's going to come back. Looks like holding.
Pass interference. Offense number 17. 10-yard penalty. Replay, 1st down.
So, I mean, these are such common plays in the NFL to get the ball out quickly to a receiver or to a back, which leaves the other receivers blocking. But if you start blocking too early downfield for that ball's in the air, you're going to get nailed for offensive interference. You have to be a little more patient.
But I don't know, Mike. DJ Reed kind of engaged Devontae Adams, and I think Adams was just kind of holding his spot. But the officials thought it was enough to throw the flag, so they back it up 10 yards to the 41. 1st and 20. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Amir Abdullah in the game will motion out of the backfield to the right. Shotgun snap to O'Connell. Quick pass right side Abdullah, running inside the numbers, and he spins his way down to about the 37-yard line, so that'll go as a gain of 4. And it'll bring up 2nd down and 16 with 8:08 to go in the first quarter. Jets lead the Raiders 3-0.
So as I talked about in the beginning of the game, if it's not the running game, it's a quick pass to the sides, and we've seen that more than a few times other than the crossing route to Adams, and then you need guys to block. I talked about Michael Mayer making a great block on that first play. Here, missed his block a bit on Quincy Williams, who came off and made the play.
2nd down 16 from the Jets 37. Raiders go with a slot to the left. Adams is that slot receiver. Jacoby Myers single man to the right. O'Connell back in the gun, takes the snap, back to pass, looking left, throws left. Adams a one-handed grab across the 30 and out of bounds at the Jets 29. He can do it all. Aiden O'Connell threw that ball up, and Adams with one hand reaches up and snatches it down for a gain of 8.
Michael Carter in coverage has to be going, are you kidding me? I mean, I'm right on him. He sticks one paw up and pulls the ball in. It's incredible. No wonder Aiden O'Connell looks to Devontae for these passes.
That's 7 plays. Adams has been targeted on 5 of them. 3rd down and 8 for the Raiders now. They'll come out of the huddle with trips to the left. 2 receivers to the right. Mayer, the tight end, tight to the line. Myers outside the numbers on the right. O'Connell back in the gun. Renfro in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. O'Connell back, looks, throws right side. Caught by Mayer inside the 25. Leaning forward. He's not going to get to the line to gain. They'll mark him down at the 23. That'll leave the Raiders 2 yards short, and now it's decision time for Antonio Pierce. And he's going to send the field goal team out. Gain of 6 on the pass to Michael Mayer. And here comes Daniel Carlson trying to tie the game.
No problem with this call at all. Match the score, get some points on the board. I think it's a good move. You would think sometimes of the new coach getting that emotion going and trying to build that confidence with the team that he would maybe go for this. But I think this is the right move, trying to get the 3.
41-yard attempt. It'll come from the right hash. Jacob Bobenmeyer will snap. A.J. Cole will hold. Here's the snap, ball down. The kick from Carlson is on the way, and it is good. So Daniel Carlson ties the game, and with 6:15 to go in the first quarter, it's the Raiders 3 and the Jets 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Rich Eisen here, and if you're enjoying this game and want to be in the game every day, there's something the guys here on my show studio have been enjoying. Prize Picks Daily Fantasy Sports, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. If you're eager to test your knowledge and skills, play the game enjoyed by millions and join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Don't sit on the sidelines this season. Join the guys in my studio today and see how your picks stack up with them and your fellow fans. And the guys just told me that Prize Picks matched their first deposit up to $100. Do the same for yourself when you visit prizepicks.com/primetime and use code primetime. That's code primetime at prizepicks.com/primetime. Prize Picks, daily fantasy made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
If you want the perfect holiday shopping shortcut, I've got 3 words. Get to Kohl's. I just went and found great gifts for even greater deals, like toys for up to 25% off. And with my 20% coupon, I got fleece for my family under $20 and a cookware set for under $75. Plus, I got $10 off home finds as a Kohl's Rewards member and earned Kohl's Cash. So if you want the season's best for less, you know where to go. Select styles. Toys, coupons do not apply. Kohl's Rewards offer and 20% offer end November 18th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Stream the NFL on Westwood 1 for free, sponsored by AutoZone. All season long, you can listen to our broadcast of the NFL live on Westwood1Sports.com, on the NFL app, by asking Alexa to open Westwood 1 Sports, or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging. That's right, get your battery tested and charged for free. Make AutoZone your end zone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
So, I think I nailed it pregame that the Raiders were going to come out running the ball. Josh Jacobs, 1 carry. Aiden O'Connell, 7 passes.
Well, they wanted, I will say, they wanted to run Jacobs, but they also want to get Devontae Adams re-involved.
Boy, they really did.
They have done that. 4 catches, 59 yards for Devontae Adams, whose numbers have just fallen off a cliff these last couple of weeks.
They really have. And O'Connell, when he's making one-handed catches when covered like a blanket, that's why you just throw it to him thinking, my guy is going to get it.
Daniel Carlson's 41-yard field goal ties the game at 3 with 6:15 to go in the first quarter. Carlson ready to kick it away to Xavier Gibson, who stands right in between the hash marks with his toes just shy of his goal line. Carlson on the approach, swings that powerful right leg into the football. It's an end-over-end kick. Gibson will let it sail over his head, and the Jets will start at the 25, first down and 10. So Zach Wilson, 2 of 4, 47 yards, had the big pass play to Garrett Wilson to help get them into scoring position. See what happens here on drive number 2. Don't miss all the NFL action this Thursday night on Amazon Prime Video when the Cincinnati Bengals meet the Baltimore Ravens. Of course, you can also hear Thursday Night Football each week right here beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations, on the NFL app or online at Westwood1Sports.com. Wilson will go under center on 1st and 10. Breece Hall is the single back. Receivers left and right, tight ends on either end of the line for the Jets. Ruckert goes in motion from left to right. Wilson back, hands off to Hall. And Breece Hall straight ahead is out to about the 27-yard line for a gain of 2. That'll bring up 2nd down and 8. One thing we should talk about early, Mike, you were down on the field before the game. We were amazed coming in. This field is completely chewed up. I don't think I've ever seen it look like this.
It looks like a lot of sand out there getting kicked up there. There is a lot of lot of bare spots out there that I'm wondering if we're going to see a little bit of slippage tonight.
2nd down 8 from the 27. Trips right, single man left. Now Wilson changing something at the line of scrimmage. Play clock down to 8. Wilson hands under center, barks out the signals, has the snap. He'll hand it off. This is Hall stretching left to the numbers, looking for a lane. Gets across the 30 and then is wrapped up by a host of Raiders and driven backwards. They'll give him progress to the 31. So that'll be a gain of 4 and bring up a 3rd and 4 now for the Jets.
This is still where I think both teams will attack because both defenses are very, very bad against the run. And now we're in a passing situation for the Jets. So again, Max Crosby, what do? Single block him. If you don't, if you single block him, that means the ball better be coming out quick.
Jets need the 35 for a first down. 3rd down, about 4.5. Wilson in the gun, trips right, single man left. Wilson lifts his right leg, hands in front of his chest. Lifts that leg one more time. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Looking. Throws right side. Got a man wide open. That's Gibson at the 45. Across the 50. Into Raider territory to about the 45-yard line. Nate Hobbs made the tackle. But boy, Xavier Gibson was all by himself and picks up 25.
Yeah, there looked to be something off on that coverage there. He should not have been that wide open in this situation.
Looked like he got a little pick at the line of scrimmage.
Yep, that's so commonplace. And by the way, the offensive play, they don't call it picks, Ryan. Okay.
If you're on offense, it's a beautiful rub route. If you're on defense, it's a completely illegal pick. 2 receivers left, single man right. Wilson under center, 1st and 10, Jets at the Raider 45. Wilson gets the snap. He's back, fakes the handoff, rolling left, pressure coming, throws left side, caught by Garrett Wilson at the Raider 40. And he is ridden out of bounds by Marcus Epps. So it ends up as a 5-yard gain on the pass play to Garrett Wilson, his 3rd catch of the contest. 2nd down and 5 for New York. Clock moving, 3:50 to go first quarter. It's a 3-3 game.
Young quarterbacks know who their top guys are. So Garrett Wilson on one side, Devontae Adams on the other side. Look for the ball to go that way, as well as I think Breece Hall is going to get his share here as they'll try and reestablish the run.
Well, Garrett Wilson has been a little frustrated at times this year. He's 10th in the NFL in targets, but he is 129th in catch percentage coming in. Here's the snap, quick pass, left side, caught by Wilson, runs outside the numbers, has a first down inside the Raider 35, and he's finally ridden out of bounds at the 32. So same kind of thing. Raiders trying to get the ball to Devontae Adams, Jets trying to get it to Garrett Wilson. Do whatever you can, get the ball in their hands, let them make plays.
Well, you look over and you see Amik Robertson playing off about 7 yards, 7-8 yards from Garrett Wilson. You're like, okay, boom, this is the key. Really any quarterback, but especially young quarterbacks saying, there are much better players on this team than me, and I need to get the ball out to them. I just need to be that assist man.
Gain of 8 to the Raider 32, 1st down and 10. Wilson under center with receivers left and right. Hall is the single back. Wilson takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Breece Hall, looking for a lane between the hash marks. Didn't find much. He's able to get down to the 30-yard line for a gain of a couple. Stacked up by a host of black jerseys there. And that'll bring up a 2nd down and 8.
So as we talked about, both defenses aren't good against the run, and right now nobody's really run well early on in this game, but you keep rushing with the attempts because that's really going to help the O-line with a little bit of play action or the quick pass.
Jets will go with 2 receivers left. Garrett Wilson single man to the right. Hall is the single back. Wilson under center, takes the snap. He's back. He's going to flip it on an end around. Garrett Wilson coming left. Flag goes down inside the 25, down inside the Raider 20. The ball comes out. The Jets dive on top of it. They're going to say that Wilson was out of bounds, I believe, before he fumbled at the Raider 19, but there is a penalty flag down. The Raiders think it's against the Jets.
Yeah, a lot of people walking back toward the line of scrimmage.
The Jets did recover the fumble. The officials are talking about whether Garrett Wilson was out of bounds before he fumbled, but they've already made the signal. The penalty is against the Jets. It's one of the Jets' old linemen that went diving on the ball at the 15.
Great execution of the play. We'll see what the call is.
Offense number 87. 10-yard penalty. Replay, 2nd down.
So that's C.J. Uzama who gets called for the hold.
You had a couple of tight ends because Jeremy Ruckert, the other tight end, made a great block down the field. Uzama obviously didn't with the hold. So a nice play, a good play call, all for naught.
So they're going to move the ball back to the 40-yard line. And it'll be a 2nd down and 18 from there. With 2 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Now Sean Hockley is running over to the Raiders sideline. He's all the way onto the sideline. He's walked over to Malik Reed.
I think they're looking at Malik Reed. I think he's saying he's an injured player, needs to be looked at or checked out. Or
I think you're absolutely right, Mike. Looks like they're taking him into the blue tent. So it's second down, 18 from the 40. Malik Reed is being taken into the tent on the sideline. Wilson in the gun with two receivers right, two tight ends left. Wilson lifts his right leg, hands in front of his chest, gets the snap, back to pass, looks, throws right on a slant, and that one's dropped. Garrett Wilson banging his hands against his helmet. That was a good throw by Zach Wilson. He makes that catch. He's probably down to about the 25, and it's third and short. Instead, third and long, third and 18.
What a difference in play calls right now. You're absolutely right, Ryan. I mean, Garrett Wilson's going to be sick. Zach Wilson laid it right where it needed to be on the in route, right in the hands of Garrett Wilson.
Well, Mike, the last thing you want to do if you're a receiver saying, hey, give me the ball, is to get it and then not make a play. Trips to the right, single man left. Wilson in the gun. Michael Carter, the third down back, is in the game. Third down, 18. They need the Raider 22 for a first down. Wilson in the shotgun. Waits on the snap. He's got it. He's back to pass. He looks. He throws short right side. That's caught. And the receiver dropped immediately at the 35. Nate Hobbs made the tackle. The catch was made by Tyler Conklin, the tight end. It's a gain of 5, and Greg Zuerlein is coming out for a long field goal attempt.
Certainly, again, within his range, it's going to probably be about a 53-yarder or so. You probably would have liked a little more on that. I would say don't go for the first down, but try and get maybe 10, 12 yards to make it a closer field goal, but still well within the range of Zuerlein.
Zuerlein has 45 career field goals from 50-plus. That's the fourth most in NFL history. 53-yard attempt here from the right hash. Snap on its way. Ball is down. Zuerlein's kick is up. It's end over end. It is right down the middle and good. Into the back of the net. Zuerlein makes it look easy. Knocks it through from 53. And the Jets are back on top by a score of 6-3. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol. 1 minute, 11 seconds to go in the first quarter. It's the Jets 6 and the Raiders 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop. The all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket. And the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football. This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM.
When Shopify says you can sell anywhere, oh, they mean it. Woo, hold up. Just got a new sale. Whoa, Shopify doesn't mind if you're at sea level or on top of the world.
Whether you're selling carabiners or crop tops, start selling with Shopify today and join the platform simplifying commerce for millions of businesses worldwide. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free trial at shopify.com/touchdown. Shopify.com/touchdown.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon and more Apple gifts for the fam.
This holiday, trade in any iPhone in any condition for a great deal on the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium, Apple TV 4K, and Apple One with unlimited Ultimate. Additional terms and conditions apply. Go to your local Verizon store now.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
NFLShop.com is your one-stop shop for officially licensed NFL gear to rep your favorite team. Shop an unbeatable selection of gear to showcase your team pride in style. To shop now, go to NFLShop.com. Greg Zuerlein's 53-yard field goal puts the Jets back in front 6-3 with 1:11 to go in the first quarter. And Zerline now with the kickoff, and another one that's headed for the back of the end zone. DeAndre Carter will let it bounce on the G in Vegas, and the ball will come out to the 25-yard line. First down and 10. So third drive, Raiders. What have you seen so far?
Well, again, not establishing Josh Jacobs. Remember, before last week, he averaged 16 carries a game. Last week, he carried it 26 times. But not for a great average. He hasn't had. But as we said, the Jets were going to play a lot of players in the box, so I'm still looking for them to try and establish the run.
Trips to the left. First and 10 Raiders at their own 25. O'Connell is under center. Jacobs is the back. Adams split wide out to the left side. Here's the snap. O'Connell fumbles it. It's loose. And I think O'Connell was able to get back on top of it. He was. That'll cost the Raiders a yard and bring up second down and 11. So we've seen a stumble from under center and now a fumble from under center from Aiden O'Connell.
That was going to be a run off left tackle for Josh Jacobs there. So not one that's going to happen. But yeah, this is things you know, growing pains of a young quarterback that you're going to have. And it's something that people will listen to and say, wait, it's as simple as a snap. Well, unfortunately, sometimes it's not as simple when the mind is somewhere else.
Two receivers left, single man right on second and 11 from the 24. Shotgun snap to O'Connell, back to pass, looks, fires over the middle, intercepted. Picked off by Whitehead at the 30, gets to his feet, runs toward the near sideline, trying to turn the corner, and he's knocked out of bounds around the 26. Jordan Whitehead had 3 interceptions week 1 against Buffalo. This is his first since then, and the Jets will take over in Raider territory at the 26-yard line. O'Connell's 3rd interception thrown this year.
So that was the 8th pass attempt and the 6th target for Davante Adams. What do you think you're doing as a defense? Look at where Davante Adams is, reading the eyes of the young quarterback and baiting him and making a break on the ball. It's exactly what happened there.
Boy, clearly some miscommunication there. That ball was thrown. Adams hadn't even turned around, and Whitehead comes up to make a diving pick. So the Jets take over at the 26-yard line of the Raiders. First down and 10. We'll go with a single wide receiver. Garrett Wilson split wide to the right, and now we've got whistles. I think Antonio Pierce is going to challenge this. He doesn't think Whitehead caught this ball. They're going to take a look. That red challenge flag is on the field.
Well, that would be huge if they get this call. The Raiders can get this one, just for the sake of even if you look at a first down to reverse the field and not give the Jets such great field position.
Sean Hockley is coming over to talk to Pierce.
This change of possession is a turnover by interception, therefore it's a booth review. Las Vegas cannot throw their challenge flag. They're therefore charged a timeout, their first of the half. It's a first down for New York.
See, these things that Antonio Pierce is learning as a new head coach, right? On a turnover, that automatically goes to the booth. He does not have to throw the flag. He threw the flag anyway. That cost your team a timeout.
And again, I think that's easy to say, well, how do you not know that? But when everything's happening this fast, There's a lot going into those responsibilities.
And he never had to know that before. He's never responsible for the flag coming out of his pocket.
So, Jets have it at the 26. First down and 10. Same formation with Garrett Wilson split wide to the right, just outside the numbers. 3 tight ends on the left end of the line. Here's the snap. Wilson will hand it off. Breece Hall cuts to his right and picks up a yard. Gets to the 25-yard line. Luke Masterson was in the backfield, forcing Hall to cut to his right. And that'll bring up a second down and 9 with the clock moving down to 10 seconds to go in the first quarter. The Jets may be content to let this quarter run out and take it down to the other end of the field. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to stand back in the huddle. Jets sideline has begun to make the walk, and we have reached the end of the first quarter in Las Vegas. With the score, the Jets 6 and the Raiders 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of whoever made that apple pie, delicious. Thank you. I just take 1 pill each morning and 0 heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Chris Brockman here from The Rich Eisen Show. And do you want even more excitement on game day? Yeah, you do. It's time to get on Prize Picks, the best way to win big on fantasy sports. Here's how it works. You pick 2 to 6 players. You choose more or less on their stats. If you get them right, you can win up to 25 times your cash. It's quick and it's easy to make your picks with fast and safe deposits and withdrawals. Prize Picks is the place to play. Prize Picks has awesome weekly promotions, and they're the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Watch your entry update in real time and continue the fun by making picks on the second half and fourth quarter stats. And right now, when you go to prizepicks.com/primetime, use code PRIMETIME for a 100% deposit match. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Sunday Night Football. Welcome back to Allegiant Stadium along with Mike Golick. I'm Ryan Radke. Our score, the Jets 6 and the Raiders 3. Start of the second quarter is sponsored by Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Ready to test your skills? Join the Prize Picks community. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Well, Jets have a 6-3 lead. Jets this year coming in have been outscored 61-12 in the first quarter, +3 tonight. We mentioned they're 4-0 when they have a lead at any point in the game. They've had 2 leads so far in this one. And in their 4 wins, Mike, they're +6 turnovers. They're +1 so far tonight. So you'd have to say a productive first 15 minutes.
All riding their way right now.
Second down and 9, Jets at the Raider 25. Wilson goes under center, slot right. Garrett Wilson is in the slot. Single man to the left, that's Alan Lazard. Handoff, Breece Hall, running left, outside the numbers. Turns the corner at the 20. Goes high, hurdles a man, and jumps out of bounds around the 15. There's a penalty flag down. There's also an injured Raider. Man, Breece Hall got up. He went skyward on that far sideline. He's got the first down pending the flag that has been thrown.
Flag was thrown in the area of where Alan Lazard was blocking, but more concerning of the injured player right now than the penalty, that's for sure.
Boy, and whoever it is, we can't see. Yeah. He is surrounded.
Offense, number 78. It's a 10-yard penalty. It's second down. Timeout.
It's Laken Tomlinson, the left guard, who was downfield blocking.
The Raider that is down is on his back and is just completely spread out. He is surrounded by about 4 trainers. And there are a number of players that are down on a knee on the field. So we'll step aside with 14:54 to go in the first half. Jets 6, Raiders 3. This is Westwood 1's coverage of the National Football League.
It's too soon to trim the tree, but too late to trick or treat. So settle into this in-between season with an extra shot of autumnal energy. The Pumpkin Spiced Music Mix. Over 2 hours of cozy acoustic sounds from Taylor Swift, Noah Kahan, Zach Bryan, and more. Available now in the SiriusXM app. Just search Pumpkin Spice and find acoustic singer-songwriters anytime in the SiriusXM Coffee House, Channel 17.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Coco Radio is now Conan O'Brien Radio. Yep, we've upgraded from channel 106 to 104 because, let's face it, I couldn't stay at 106 forever. You'll find my delightful Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend podcast, highlights from my late night shows, showcasing some of the most absurd and hilarious moments from my decades on television. Plus, dive deep into 28 years of late night memories with Inside Conan. Conan O'Brien Radio, now on SiriusXM, channel 104. Or listen with the SiriusXM app.
What it is. Connect with the R&B and hip-hop that's hot now. Slamming you out. Discover who's next. And stay up on the culture.
Cause Drake don't know how to kiss and not tell.
On the heat.
Girl, your BP is a 0. My back shot sound like bongo.
Channel 46 and on the SiriusXM app. Included in all trials and popular plans.
To truly go inside the game of pro football, you need to see things from the player's perspective.
Let's go.
Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, catch the Player's Point.
Let's go. Let's bring the energy.
Join NFL tight end Cullen Thompson and Miami Dolphins fullback Alec Ingold as they break down the biggest stories in the NFL.
It's an encouraging way to look at football.
The Player's Point. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the SiriusXM app.
By the trainers. When Breece Hall went airborne, his knee slammed into the side of Robertson's helmet. Penalty was against Laken Tomlinson for a hold. They move it back to the 30-yard line. Second down, 14. 14:38 to go first half. Jets on top 6-3. Zach Wilson back, fires over the middle, and a leaping catch made by Garrett Wilson inside the 25 at the 23-yard line. That'll go as a gain of 7. Amari Burney, the 6th-round pick out of Florida, made the tackle. And now third down coming up for the Jets.
Yeah, they'll give him that one. Just catch it in front of you and make the tackle right away. No yards after the catch there.
Tyree Wilson, the Raiders' first-round pick, checks in. Wilson at defensive end. He's had a tough time in his rookie season, just 1.5 sacks. Jets will go empty. 3 receivers right, 2 left.
Crosby will be one-on-one here. Nobody in the backfield to help.
Third down and 7. Zach Wilson in the gun. Gets the snap. Back to pass. Here comes Crosby. Wilson flushed out to his right. Running outside the numbers. He'll tuck it and run across the 15. Down the sideline. 10 to the 5. Diving for the pylon. Zach Wilson is in. Touchdown Jets. A 23-yard touchdown run by Zach Wilson. New York finds the end zone and extends the lead. Jets on top 12-3, 13:46 to go in the first half.
He may have stepped out of bounds at about the 3.5-yard line. They'll look at it because they'll called a touchdown, so they'll look at it as outside of his foot may have been in the white. But remember I talked about stunts at the beginning of the game, Ryan, and how that can help the defense and confuse the offense? Now here's the issue. This was a tackle.
After further review, the runner stepped out of bounds. The ball was at the 3-yard line. It's a first down for New York. First and goal at the 3-yard line.
So this was a tackle end stunt. The tackle goes up the field, and then the end, in this case Max Crosby, comes back to the inside. The problem is if the tackle then supposed to replace the end and have contained. But he stayed inside the tackle, wasn't able to get outside enough, and Zach Wilson easily broke contain around the end and looked like a touchdown, but definitely stepped out at about the 3.
So not a touchdown run, but a 20-yard run and a first down. And the Jets have it first and goal at the 3. Now again, their red zone struggles have been monumental this year. Wilson under center with an I formation behind him, single receiver to the left. Here's the snap. Wilson will hand it off. Breece Hall running right, ducks the shoulder, powering into the end zone. Touchdown Jets. Another penalty flag is on the field.
Holding. Offense, number 87. It's a 10-yard penalty. It's first down.
Wow, that's 2 on him.
Yeah, C.J. Uzomah called for his second hold. So the Jets, feeling like they had a touchdown on 2 straight plays, don't get either one. They'll back it up to the 13. It'll be first and goal from there.
That is tough 2 times now, and Uzomah with the hold.
Well, talking about the Jets' red zone struggles, Mike, they have been in the red zone 21 times this year. They have scored 5 touchdowns, 23.8%, dead last in the league, worst in the NFL since 1978.
Well, that's some bad stuff they'd like to amend a little bit right now. Not with plays like that.
2 receivers left, I formation behind Zach Wilson. Here's the snap. Wilson back, handed off Hall, looking for room between the hash marks, bounces off the pile, heads to his left, and he's able to work his way forward to about the 12, so it's a gain of a yard for Breece Hall. That'll bring up a second down and goal with 13-13 to go in the first half. Jets 6, Raiders 3.
So defense gets a little bit of a reprieve with that holding call because this is the defense, I should say the Raiders did. This is what falls on the defense on a sudden change after the turnover is to hold them to a field goal attempt. That would be considered a win for this Raider defense at this point.
By the way, if you're wondering about the Raiders defense in the red zone, 28th in the league this year. They allow a touchdown 65% of the time. Zach Wilson under center, 2 receivers right, single man left, second and goal from the 12. Wilson has the snap. He'll toss it right side, juggled by Hall, brings it in, trying to get to the corner, can't do it. Raiders do a great job running him down, and it was Crosby that led the charge again. No gain on the play. 3rd and goal coming up from the 12.
Well, they tried the seal block on Crosby, but Spillane, the outside backer, he filled that spot. As Crosby went inside and Lazard kind of pinned him inside, Spillane replaced him to the outside and forced it, and he and Crosby finished the job then.
How about Robert Spillane? Tough guy, broke his hand a couple of weeks ago, had a quick surgery, right back out there.
Didn't miss a play. That's a linebacker for you.
3rd down and goal from the 12. Trips left, single man right. Zach Wilson in the gun. Michael Carter is in the game to Wilson's right side. Play clock melting down to 1. Wilson clapping his hands. Here's the snap. He didn't get it off. That's going to be a delay of game.
They might have got a timeout in.
Yeah, the flag went.
Timeout. New York. Their first of the half. 30-second timeout.
Back judge threw the flag, but the timeout came from the sideline. Mike, I was going to say, if you want to know why the Jets are struggling offensively, I think we're seeing a great example these last couple of plays. A touchdown run, no fault of Zach Wilson, but just stepped on the sideline. Okay, fine. 1st and goal from the 3. Hand it off, touchdown run. Nope, that gets called back because of holding. And now you're in a spot where goal to go from outside the 10, but I don't know the Jets have the confidence to let Zach Wilson throw the ball in this situation.
Yeah, if they do, look for it to go to Garrett Wilson to try and make a big play and bail this offense out here. So it'll be interesting now. Will the Raiders try and come after them a little bit?
3 receivers left, including Garrett Wilson. Xavier Gibson, single man to the right. Zach Wilson to the gun with Michael Carter to his right side. Raiders showing blitz. We'll see if they come with it. Wilson wants the shotgun snap. He's got it back to pass against a 4-man rush. He looks, he throws short, pass deflected, incomplete. Off the hands of Carter, but it was batted before that, it looked like, at the line of scrimmage. Adam Butler getting a hand up to knock it down, and on 4th and goal, here comes Greg Zuerlein again.
I've been in that situation many times, Ryan. Being blocked at the line of scrimmage and not getting a great pass rush. Get your hands up. Follow the eyes. I'm not kidding you. You might as well. If you're not getting to the quarterback, follow his eyes and get your hands up and try your jump. And that's exactly what Adam Butler did.
Hey, Butler actually got off the ground, though. You didn't quite have that vertical.
All right. I admitted that I would get blocked, and you're just trying to embarrass me even more.
Zuerlein from the 30. You don't need any help in that respect. Here's the snap. Ball down. The kick is on the way from Zuerlein, and it is good. So the 3rd field goal of this first half for Greg Zuerlein. This one comes from 30 yards out, and the Jets extend the lead now on top by a score of 9-3. With 11:48 to go in the first half, you're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Football is a game of inches, and while we've advanced the ball down the field, our efforts to achieve equality are still far from the goal. But we are in it for the long haul. For years, P&G has used its voice to shine a light on inequalities and bias, and through sustained and meaningful actions, change is being made. P&G is dedicated to improving the future of boys and men of color, supporting the success of black women entrepreneurs, expanding efforts that will improve the child care industry in the U.S., and much more. So we invite you to join us and take action to ensure the home field advantage is everyone's advantage. Go to pg.com/takeonrace to learn more. Read, watch, donate, and engage in the quest for a more equitable world for everyone.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. Look at the Week 10 scoreboard. Houston upset Cincinnati today in Cincy 30-27. Meanwhile, Cleveland got a field goal as time expired to win in Baltimore in come-from-behind fashion, 33-31. Steelers got a win over Green Bay 23-19 in Pittsburgh today. The Niners broke their losing streak, dominating the Jags in Jacksonville 34-3. Speaking of domination, the Dallas Cowboys beat the New York Giants today 49-17. It was a field goal as time expired for Detroit in LA today as they knocked off the Chargers 41-38. Like time expiring field goals, got another one for you. Seattle beat Washington that way 29-26. Minnesota over New Orleans today 27-19. It was Tampa Bay breaking their losing streak as they beat Tennessee 20-6. Another game-winning field goal, this from Matt Prater as Arizona beat Atlanta 25-23. In Germany today, it was Indy over New England 10-6. All the details coming your way at halftime. For right now, though, let's get you back out to Vegas. Ryan Radke and Mike Golick.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. 11:48 to go in the second quarter. Jets 9, Raiders 3. Greg Zuerlein with a 30-yard field goal. The Jets started that drive at the Raider 26. They ran 8 plays and got 14 yards and have to settle for the field goal.
This seems to be a game, Ryan, for both sides. If you're in position to get points, like 3, take them. I don't know how many times we'll see, hey, we're going to go for it here to try and get in the end zone when it's get the 3 when you can.
Zuerlein ready to kick it away. DeAndre Carter standing about 4 yards deep. He's right in the middle of that D and Raiders in the end zone. Kick on the way from Zuerlein is end over end. Carter moving to his left, and he's going to let this one bounce just a couple of yards deep. And the Raiders will start at the 25, 1st and 10. Every Westwood One football broadcast this season is once again available on all Alexa-enabled devices. Just say Open Westwood One Sports, and you'll be taken straight to the action. That's Open Westwood One Sports to listen on Alexa. The Raiders down 9-3 with 11:48 to go in the first half. First down at 10. We'll see how Aiden O'Connell responds after the pick on that last drive. Jordan Whitehead, 4 interceptions on the year. They've all come in primetime. O'Connell under center, goes to the hard count. Jets don't jump. Here's the snap. Handoff Jacobs, contacted in the backfield and driven backwards. And still being ridden backwards. Finally put down at the 15. They'll say forward progress was stopped at about the 24. Loss of 1. That'll bring up 2nd down and 11.
Well, I mean, with Josh Jacobs, as we talked about, coming into the game, 16 carries a game, 26 carries last week, almost had over 100 yards, lost a few yards on the last carry, but only 3.2 yards per rush. That's 43rd out of running backs in the NFL.
Michael Clemens, Tony Adams combined on that last stop. 2nd down and 11, shotgun snap to O'Connell, handoff Jacobs up the middle, spins off 1 tackle, gets across the 25 and out to the 26-yard line. Clemens hit him again before he got some help from his friends. Jacobs picks up 2, and it'll be a 3rd down and 9. C.J. Mosley was able to clean things up.
So both these teams, which struggle stopping the run, have done a nice job in stopping the run. And now the passing situation, Jets 16th in the NFL with 22 sacks. See if they can get some pressure on the young quarterback.
Well, this is the Raiders' run game that has plagued them throughout the year. 3 carries, 3 yards for Jacobs. 3 receivers go to the right, single man left. Adams in motion to the left, now back out to the right. Shotgun snap to O'Connell, back to pass, rush coming. O'Connell gets away, loads up, going deep down the field. There's nobody home. That ball lands at about the Jets' 27-yard line, just outside the numbers. Adams was way out by the sideline. It's a 3 and out, and the Raiders will punt it away. 2nd 3 and out forced by the Jets defense tonight. They have forced a 3 and out on 42% of their opponents' drives this year. That's 3rd best in the NFL, 101st time overall they forced a 3 and out.
Yeah, it is that. That was not pretty there. I mean, that was a jailbreak to the inside. Almost got hit from the outside and then straight up the gut. Got hit right in the face as he was releasing the ball.
And Aiden O'Connell, he took that shot from Quinnen Williams. Williams just a half sack, but Robert Saleh says he has still impacted games at a historic rate. Here is a bomb hit by A.J. Cole to the far sideline, a spiral that lands out of bounds at about the 14. Let's see where they say it crossed the line. It looks like they're going to mark it up around the 20-yard line. And that's where the Jets will have it 1st down and 10 with 10 minutes and 16 seconds remaining in the first half. New York on top by a score of 9-3. They're going to put it down at the 19, so it'll go as a 54-yard punt for A.J. Cole. And no return. We'll step aside. Jets 9, Raiders 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
It's that time of year. The days are getting colder and the nights are getting longer. See better down the road when you get brand new blades and bulbs at AutoZone. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra bulbs and a $15 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper blades. That's up to $25 in bonus rewards. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Need to hire? Don't let the transfer market send you into overtime. Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps employers source, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. When you post a sponsored job, you get access to a large pool of quality candidates who have uploaded a resume to Indeed. You can then review their profiles to make sure they meet your must-have requirements. Make the hiring process work for you. Log in and get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where Where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk, we call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football. This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM.
Before Shopify, were you wondering, where are my sales at? Now you're selling with Shopify, the global commerce platform supercharging your selling. You have no problem selling online, in person, on social media, and beyond. Gary, easy on the cha-ching.
Oh, sorry, but my Shopify sales are through the roof.
Start selling with Shopify today and discover how millions of businesses around the world use Shopify to ignite their selling. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/touchdown. Shopify.com/touchdown.
Welcome back to the Grainger broadcast booth at Allegiant Stadium, along with Mike Golick. I'm Ryan Radke. Tackle your to-do list with Grainger. From locker rooms to plant floors, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. 10:16 to go in the first half. It's Greg Zuerlein 9, Daniel Carlson 3. All field goals so far tonight. Greg Zuerlein has scored 69 points this year for the Jets. He leads them in scoring. Next on the team is Breece Hall. He scored 18 points. First and 10 Jets from their own 19 after a 55-yard punt from A.J. Cole. Receivers left and right. Wilson takes the snap. He will hand it off. Dalvin Cook running right out toward the numbers across the 25. And an ankle tackle brings down Cook after he picks up a first down, taking it out to the 29-yard line. So Dalvin Cook gets his second touch of the game, picks up 10 on a Jets first down.
So right now the gold star for this game for me goes to that offensive line for the Jets. And I'm going to go through the musical chairs of it when I have a little bit of time, because it's going to take a little bit of time for the different combinations. But right now they are getting it done, both run blocking and pass blocking.
Divine Diablo on that last stop. First and 10 Jets now at their own 29. Ball is on the near side right hash. Two receivers left, one right. Wilson under center, has the snap. He's back, handed off Cook, running left across the 30, cuts back over the 35, and he's out to about the 37-yard line. So Dalvin Cook, another nice run, picks up 8. That'll bring up second down and 2 for the Jets.
Dalvin Cook loving this. This is exactly more of what he thought was going to happen when he came to the Jets, that he would get some runs, get some series, and basically be splitting the carries almost half and half with Breece Hall. But as we mentioned earlier, Breece came back from that injury incredibly well to be in the top 5 in yards per carry, but Dalvin getting it done now.
Second down and 2. Cook remains in the game. Wilson goes under center. Ruckert, the tight end, in motion from left to right. Two receivers to that right side, one left. Wilson looks over the Raider defense. Now he's going to change something at the line of scrimmage. Play clock down to 1. Wilson has the snap. Handoff Cook. Runs left. Cuts back right toward the hash marks. Met at the line of scrimmage and driven backwards. Max Crosby was right in the middle of that again. Got some help from Big John Jenkins. No gain on the play. Third and short coming up. Tune in to watch all the excitement of the NFL next Sunday on Fox. Check your local listings for games and times in your area. Catch the NFL on Fox.
That's okay. When it's second down and 2 and you run the ball and gain nothing, it's still third and 2, which has a very, very open playbook for you.
Jets out of the huddle will send Wilson into the shotgun. Jets will go with two receivers right, single man to the left. Conklin, the tight end, motions from right to left. Wilson takes the shotgun snap. He'll hand off Breece Hall, runs straight ahead along the left hash and is stood up and driven backwards. Robert Spillane met Breece Hall right at the line of scrimmage, and the Jets cannot convert. They will punt it away after the Raiders get a third and short stop.
Oh, we talked about Spillane and what a tough guy he is. Broke his hand, had surgery the day after, and never missed a play. Didn't miss a play in the game when he broke his hand, had surgery, played the next week, and played all the snaps there again as well.
Thomas Morstead, 15th-year punter on to kick it away. DeAndre Carter standing with his toes at the 10-yard line. Morstead waits, gets the snap, under no pressure, spins the football. It's a high spiraling kick. Carter takes a look, signals for a fair catch, lets it go over his head. It bounces at the 5, it skips into the end zone. And the Raiders will have it at the 20-yard line with 7 minutes and 18 seconds to go here in the first half. Jets on top of the Raiders by a score of 9-3. And we will step out for a quick break. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Is your battery dead? At AutoZone, you can get the right Duralast battery to get you back on the road. Duralast batteries are designed to deliver OE performance and strong starts, even in extreme weather conditions. When you have a battery problem, get the right Duralast battery for your vehicle at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If you want the perfect holiday shopping shortcut, I've got 3 words. Get to Kohl's. I just went and found great gifts for even greater deals, like toys for up to 25% off. And with my 20% coupon, I got fleece for my family under $20 and a cookware set for under $75. Plus, I got $10 off home finds as a Kohl's Rewards member and earned Kohl's Cash. So if you want the season's best for less, you know where to go. Select styles. Toys, coupons do not apply. Kohl's Rewards offer and 20% offer end November 18th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Get big savings and big rewards now during Provember at Lowe's. Right now, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt 2-tool combo kit and earn 3 times the bonus points. Redeem those points for offers like NFL tickets to regular season games, a Super Bowl 58 experience for 2, and more rewards. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts if any. Valid through 11/22, subject to change.
Football is back, and NFL Plus has you covered. Get NFL Plus, and you'll never miss a moment of live football action this season. With live, local, and primetime games on mobile, NFL Network, NFL Red Zone, live game audio, and more, all in one place. That's right. This season, get NFL Red Zone and NFL Plus Premium so you never miss a touchdown. That's every touchdown from every game, every Sunday during the regular season, across devices. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
A reminder, you can once again listen to every Westwood One NFL broadcast this season for free via the NFL app. Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, the international games, Thanksgiving Day, Black Friday, Christmas Day, plus the entire postseason. From now until Super Bowl 58 in February, the NFL is on Westwood One, and it's on the NFL app too. Download for free today. Raiders will start at their own 21st and 10. They trail 9-3 with 7:18 to go in the first half. Aiden O'Connell is under center, 2 receivers left, 1 right. Toss play Jacobs, running right just inside the numbers. Jacobs across the line of scrimmage, pushes his way forward, out close to the 24-yard line. It'll go as a 4-yard run. C.J. Mosley pushes him back, and that'll bring up a second down at 6. Well, Mike, we talk about the struggling Jets offense. Raiders since the field goal. Aiden O'Connell fumbled, but he recovered. Then he throws the pick. They get the ball back. Jacobs, minus 2-yard rush, 3-yard rush, incomplete pass, punt, and now that 4-yard run, that's one of the most productive plays the Raiders have had in some time.
Only 73 total yards coming into this drive. I just still think they need to try and establish this run.
3 receivers to the left. Here's a handoff to Jacobs. Starts left, great cutback right, spins out of a tackle, and Jacobs dives forward close to the first down. They're going to mark him just shy of the 30. And so it'll bring up a 3rd and short. That's a 5-yard run, and a heck of a 5-yard run by Jacobs.
Again, keep doing that. Stay consistent. You're going to not get yards, and then he's going to be able to bust one. And what does this do for a young quarterback on 3rd and 1? Gives him a whole lot of options out there.
C.J. Mosley, 7th in the NFL in tackles, cleaned it up after Sauce Gardner missed the tackle. 3rd and about a half-yard for the Raiders. O'Connell goes under center. 2 receivers left. Jacobs is the single back. Carter in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. O'Connell back, handoff. Jacobs runs off the right side and has the first down. Didn't get much, but didn't need much. Crosses the 30 to the 31. So call it a gain of 2, and the Raiders will keep possession of the football.
Well, I tell you what, Michael Carter, all 5'10", 184 of them, met him in the hole well, but he had enough to get the first down as they go hurry up.
O'Connell will line up in the shotgun, receivers left and right. O'Connell barks out the signals, gets the snap, handed off. Jacob starts left, cuts back right along the hash. He's out to about the 35-yard line. Wrapped up and brought down there, a 4-yard run. And that'll bring up second down at 6.
A couple of first down, 4-yard runs for him in a row. Came into this drive averaging 1 yard per carry. Again, going with the hurry up and looking to line up to run. With one of these times, they're going to throw a play action in.
Slot left, single man right, second down at 6. O'Connell under center, takes the snap, toss Jacobs, running right, looking for the corner, and he dives out to about the 40-yard line. Jets never let him get outside, but still a nice run there for Jacobs as he picks up 5. It'll be 3rd and a yard.
3rd and 1, and we go to another 3rd and 1. So this is the drive and the consistency they're looking for that they were getting last week. in the running game with Josh Jacobs.
Clock moving, 4 minutes, 47 seconds to go in the first half. Raiders, after going hurry up on a couple of plays, will go in the huddle. Hunter Renfrow checks in. Renfrow just 12 catches on the year.
Still amazing to me.
Remember a couple of years ago, all we talked about here, third down, was third and Renfrow for the Raiders. Third down and a yard. O'Connell calls out alert, puts his hands under center, receivers left and right. He'll take the snap, drive straight ahead, and he picks up the first down by plenty. Aiden O'Connell got that body moving all the way out to the 43-yard line. So it's a 3-yard run for O'Connell, 1st and 10 for Las Vegas.
Love what he did there. The Jets were overloading the right side of the Raiders. There was nobody over the left guard, and that's exactly where Aiden O'Connell ran.
1st down and 10. O'Connell takes the shotgun snap. Back to pass, looks left, throws left. Got Jacoby Myers at the 50-yard line. Breaks out of a tackle, breaks out of a second to the Jets 45. Cuts right and then slips and falls down to the Jets 44. Jacoby Myers with his first catch of the game. It's good for 13 and a Raider first down.
Started to try and get a little too cute a couple times, and almost ran out of his own shoes. Broke a couple tackles, then slipped down. And we talked about this field. I mean, there's sand kicking up everywhere.
Got away from DJ Reed and Tony Adams before tripping himself up at the Jets 44. 1st down and 10 for the Raiders. Clock moving, 3.5 now to go in the first half. Raiders will go with a slot to the right. Adams is out wide, just outside the numbers. Single receiver left. O'Connell is in the gun with Jacobs to his right. Here's the snap. O'Connell back to pass. Has time. Surveys the field. Throws down the middle. Caught by Adams around the Jets 25. Aiden O'Connell fired a strike. Time to sit in the pocket. They'll mark it at the Jets 26. Gain of 18 on the pass to Devontae Adams.
What a throw by the youngster. Receiver gets inside of Sauce Gardner. Michael Carter tries to help to the inside, and the pass was absolutely perfect by O'Connell.
Slot left, single man right, shotgun snap. O'Connell back, looks, pumps to the right, hit and sack back at the 35-yard line. Wanted to get rid of that ball quickly, but couldn't do it. And Aiden O'Connell is wrapped up and dropped by Jermaine Johnson, second-year man out of Florida State. He's got 5.5 sacks on the year.
That's one of those where it won't show up, but Quinnen Williams hit him first and made him pull the ball down. We mentioned the lack of sacks for Quinnen Williams, but what he means to this team, he comes around and gets O'Connell. Can't bring him down, but his teammate does, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, it was actually Solomon Thomas. I saw the wrong guy. It was Solomon Thomas, the one-time Raider, that picks up that sack. So Thomas now with 2.5, loss of 8 to the 34. 2nd down at 18, shotgun snap. O'Connell back to pass, looking, steps up in the pocket, under pressure again. Now fires right side, and it's incomplete. Threw that one over the head of Amir Abdullah. Sauce Gardner was in coverage, 3rd and long, coming up for the Raiders.
What was working for them on 1st down through this whole drive? Running the ball. What did they get away from down here?
Running the ball.
I just don't understand it. It's working. Do it. It's helping your quarterback. Now you're so far behind the sticks here. Are you going for the 1st down? Are you going to try and pick half of it up to make it a shorter field goal, or get close enough to go for it on 4th down? I just don't like the last few plays.
Well, it feels like that's the play, doesn't it, Mike? Pick up 7-8 yards and get an easier field goal for Carlson. O'Connell back in the shotgun. Adams is in the slot to the left, inside of Myers, single man right. Here's the snap. O'Connell back, looking, under pressure, rolling right. Hit, can't get away. Sacked and taken out of field goal range. Aiden O'Connell sacked again as the Jets are able to get home, and that will take away the possibility of a field goal try for Carlson.
You put your young quarterback in that position because of the play calls. We have to remember, Bo Hardigree took over as interim offensive coordinator. It's his first time calling plays last week, so he's new to this as well. That was just a bad sequence there.
John Franklin Myers on the sack, and we have reached the 2-minute warning in Las Vegas. With the score, the Jets 9, the Raiders 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked!
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you want the perfect holiday shopping shortcut, I've got 3 words. Get to Kohl's. I just went and found great gifts for even greater deals, like toys for up to 25% off. And with my 20% coupon, I got fleece for my family under $20 and a cookware set for under $75. Plus, I got $10 off home finds as a Kohl's Rewards member and earned Kohl's Cash. So if you want the season's best for less, you know where to go. Select styles. Toys, coupons do not apply. Kohl's Rewards offer and 20% offer end November 18th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Back in Las Vegas, 2 minutes to go in the first half. Jets 9, Raiders 3. This game may come down to a field goal. You never know. It leads into our Shopify fact of the game. Already 5 teams today, Arizona, Cleveland, Detroit, Houston, and Seattle, converted a game-winning field goal with no time remaining. It's the most game-winning scores with no time remaining in regulation in a single week in NFL history. Scott Graham will recap all of those games as well as all of the other scores coming up at the half. It's our Shopify fact of the game. Want to sell smarter? Get Shopify. Shopify's commerce platform helps you sell more with the best converting checkout on the internet. Get a $1 per month trial at shopify.com/touchdown.
We love kickers. Always have loved kickers.
Always?
They're the best. The bestest.
A.J. Cole is on to punt. Xavier Gibson standing back at the 10-yard line. Cole will try to pin the Jets deep here. Jets have 2 timeouts left. Here's the snap. Cole with an end-over-end punt. Gibson moving to his left, waves that right arm, signaling for a fair catch. He's got it about the 14, and that's where the Jets will start 1st and 10. All right, 1:52 to go. Jets have a couple of timeouts. Jets have a 6-point lead. You figure they play this conservatively? What do you do?
Well, this is one of those where the first play can determine a lot of things, but you have almost 2 minutes and 2 timeouts. I would be stunned if they didn't go for something because guess what? Remember, they won the toss and deferred, so they get the ball to start the third quarter. So this is the old twofer situation, but a lot is determined in these situations by what happens on the first play.
All right, let me turn it around. If you're the Raiders, if they would get a quick stop and you're Antonio Pierce, do you start calling timeouts to get the ball back, or are you content to let the clock run?
If you can keep them back here, the ball's on the 14-yard line, you get a good stop here, I would definitely think about doing it because you could end up with some decent field position.
Raiders have 2 timeouts as well. 1st and 10. Jets go with 3 receivers right, single man left. Wilson in the gun with Breece Hall to his left. Here's the snap. They'll give it to Hall on a draw. Running left side, gets away from Diablo, out to the sideline across the 20. Then he scampers out of bounds. Let's see where they mark him out. All the way into that Jets sideline. He's not going to have the first down. Looks like they're going to put him at about the 21-yard line. So that will leave him 3 yards shy, gain of 7. Clock stop with 1:46 to go.
And that's a lot of times what you see, a draw or a screen to see what you get. So they end up gaining 7 on this. So that's enough for them to continue on and the clock stop him getting out of bounds.
2 receivers right, 2 to the left. Wilson in the gun, Conklin the tight end in motion from left to right. 2nd down and 3 for New York. Raiders showing blitz. Wilson looks over the defense, play clock down to 5. Wilson, hands in front of his chest, gets the snap, back to throw, fires left side. That pass batted incomplete. Boy, was that dangerous. That pass was knocked down. Jacorian Bennett was streaking in the secondary. He was the closest man to the football. Wilson kind of dropped down for a sidearm throw, and John Jenkins got a hand up there to swat that one down. Now it's 3rd down.
And Raiders didn't have to use 1 timeout.
3rd and 3. If the Raiders could get a stop here, they'd have decent field position with 2 timeouts. 3 receivers bunched to the right. Gibson single man left. Zach Wilson in the gun with Breece Hall to his left. Clock shows 1:42 to go. Wilson wants the shotgun snap. He's got it. Back to pass. Looking. Wilson steps up in the pocket. Moving left. He'll run across the 25. Outside the numbers 30. Wilson to the sideline 35. And he's out of bounds up at the 40. Well, Zach Wilson can do that. We saw him earlier with a 20-yard run to set up a 1st and goal. This time he takes it all the way out to the 41-yard line. So Zach Wilson picks up 20.
So 2 linebackers are up, 6 all on the line. Diablo goes out to the flat, and Spillane goes deep into the middle, and that left a whole lot of area for Zach Wilson to run.
That's the 2nd 20-yard run in this first half for Wilson. He's the Jets' leading rusher. Two receivers right, two to the left. First down and 10. Clock shows 1:33. Shotgun snap. Zach Wilson back to pass. Throws short over the middle. That one is caught by Conklin. He'll be taken down at the Jets' 48-yard line. That'll go as a gain of 7. Bring up second down and 3. Clock moving. 1:20, 1:19 to go. Again, Jets have 2 timeouts. Trips left, single man right. Wilson to the gun. Michael Carter to his right side. Here's the snap. Wilson back, looks right, nothing there. Chase from behind, rolling to his right. Wilson ducks down and runs out of bounds. Might have lost a yard on the play. Spillane came in to run him out. They're going to put the ball at the 48, so that will be about a loss of 1 for Zach Wilson. Clock shows 1:08. It's third down.
So Zerline's long is 61 yards. That will be, they need to get to the Raiders area, the 43-yard line, to match that career long. That's still a ways away. They got to worry about getting the first down here.
Third down and 3. Jets will go empty with 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Garrett Wilson is the middle receiver on that left side. Wilson back in the shotgun. Play clock at 2. Down to 1. Wilson gets the snap. He's back. He's looking. Has plenty of time. Surveys going deep. Left side incomplete. Alan Lazard had a step, but Zach Wilson really overthrew him, and on fourth down, the punt team is coming out.
And there was great pressure there, or not great pressure there, good blocking, and Zach seemed to rush that, and he didn't need to rush that at all. So the Raiders force a punt here. Nice job by that defense.
So Thomas Morstead on to punt. DeAndre Carter standing inside the 10 with 1:02 remaining. Nobody called the timeout there, so each team with 2 timeouts. Here's a high spiraling punt. Carter is going to let it go over his head. That'll bounce at the 2-yard line, rolling. And it is, I think, in the end zone. Yes. Yeah. That ball just barely crossed the white line and then came back out where the Jets downed it. But as soon as it crosses that white line, it's a dead ball, it's a touchback, and the Raiders will have it at the 20. The copyright of tonight's broadcast of Sunday Night Football on Westwood One is owned by the NFL on behalf of its member clubs. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or any other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the National Football League is strictly prohibited.
I do not see the Raiders taking too many chances here. Again, maybe the first play, a draw, a screen, something along those lines to see what they would get on the first play.
56.
O'Connell will line up in the gun with 2 receivers left, single man right. Adams is wide to the left side. Here's the snap. They're going to hand it off to Jacobs. Runs right outside the hash marks. He's across the 25 out to the 26.
That'll be it.
6-yard run for Jacobs. Clock moving. 40 seconds to go. Raiders will hustle up to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers left, 1 right. O'Connell gets the shotgun snap. Back to pass. Looks left, throws left. Adams has it at the 35, and he's out of bounds. So that'll be a first down. Devontae Adams makes that catch. Just the second time he's been targeted in this quarter. It's his 6th reception of the game. Clock stopped, 32 seconds to go.
32 and 2 timeouts. Remember, they lost the timeout when Antonio Pierce threw the red flag on a replay that was up in the booth. So 2 timeouts, but that's still plenty of time to use all the field here.
Slot right, single man left. Mayer, the tight end, a wing to the left side. O'Connell in the gun with Jacobs to his right. Here's the snap. O'Connell back to pass, looks, throws right side. Jacobs makes the catch, runs across the 40, and he's out of bounds up at about the 43. So that's an 8-yard gain. Clock stop, 26 seconds to go. Now remember, you talked about Zerline's big leg. Daniel Carlson also a pretty strong leg. So if the Raiders could move this a little bit more, they'd at least have a shot to score before the half.
Yeah, his career long, 57 yards. So that would mean about the 39-yard line of the Jets to get to.
56.
2 receivers left, single man right. O'Connell in the gun, Jacobs to his left side. Here's the snap. O'Connell back, looking, throws, right side, caught by Mayer, the tight end, and he's out of bounds. And a flag is down, back where O'Connell delivered it. So right now, Mayer has it up near midfield, 21 seconds on the clock. Let's see about the penalty.
Personal foul, roughing the passer.
Oh, boy.
Number 47. It's a 15-yard penalty added to the end of the play. First down.
That's Bryce Huff, who had 1.5 sacks a week ago. Maybe a little anxious there. Gets called for roughing the passer, and the Raiders get a free 15. Huff went low and got O'Connell around the ankles.
Yep, not allowed to hit him below the waist unless you're blocked into him. He was not. He went down as he was pass rushing and kept somewhat crawling and going into the legs of the quarterback.
That's 5 penalties tonight against the Jets, a team that has been pretty good in terms of penalties this year. But now the ball is inside the 40. It's at the Jets 37. There's 21 seconds left. Raiders still have 2 timeouts. Now this is the area of the field they were in a moment ago when O'Connell got sacked a couple of times. 2 receivers left, single man right. Here's the snap. O'Connell back, looks, pumps, moves right, throws right, incomplete. That time he got rid of it with pressure coming from Michael Clemens. It'll be 2nd and 10 with 17 seconds to go.
I'm sure it's been talked about plenty since that last drive to get rid of the ball if you start feeling too much pressure. Because right now you're in the area, you're in range. You know, where you are, it would be about a 55-yard field goal.
Fans grumbling. They just showed the replay. Like Devontae Adams got grabbed as he was coming out of his break on that right side. By the way, there was talk this week in New York. Would Sauce Gardner follow Devontae Adams around the field? He has not done that in the first half. Slot left, single man right. O'Connell in the gun on 2nd down and 10. Here's the snap. O'Connell back, looks left, pumps that side, pulls it down, throws, and it's batted down, incomplete. Or maybe just slipped out of his hand. The Jets pick up the ball. They're running the other way, but now the signal comes incomplete pass.
Yeah, that looked like it just slipped out of his hand, didn't it?
Might have been the old tuck rule. He was trying to pull it back and didn't quite get it back into his body. 3rd and 10 now with 13 seconds remaining.
So right now you are in field goal range. It'd be a long one. It'd be a couple yards short of Carlson's career long. So this, as we just mentioned, you cannot take a sack, and it certainly would be good to pick up some more yards and make it a little shorter if, in fact, that's the route you're going to go.
Well, Jacobs back in the game. You wonder if you hand the ball off and then call a timeout. Here's the snap. They will give it to Jacobs. Starts to his right, cuts back left, slips and falls, and he's touched down to the 36-yard line. So the Raiders will let this run down 5-4-3, and timeout taken by Antonio Pierce with 2 seconds on the clock. 4th down and 9 coming up. There's Josh Jacobs trying to make a cut and just saw his feet go out from underneath him. And again, you have to wonder if this field has anything to do with it. This field from up here looks like it is in brutal condition.
And believe me, when I was down there, it looks the same way. And he was running there right between the hashes, and that's where it's worn out the most. And you see a lot of sand kicking up. So as we see a 54-yard attempt, just 3 yards short of Carlson's long of 57. So he has made it from this distance, but it certainly by no means is a gimme.
Carlson's long this year is 47. He has missed 3 field goals. 2 of those misses are from over 50. So 54 yards from the left hash, trying to draw the Raiders closer going into halftime. Carlson eyes the upright, says he's ready. Here's the snap, ball down. The kick from Carlson is on the way, and it is good. Daniel Carlson sticks it in the back of the net from 54, and the Raiders draw within 3 as the first half expires. It's the Jets 9, the Raiders 6 going to the locker room.
First drive Raiders score, last drive Raiders score. How many kicks have we seen when the clock strikes 0 that are going through the uprights? 5 times, as we have already mentioned at the end of games. This one at halftime. Good score there because the Jets get the ball first in the 3rd quarter.
Greg Zuerlein of the Jets 9, Daniel Carlson and the Raiders 6. End of the first half here in Las Vegas. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our studios with the halftime report. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get ready for holiday feast season with Pepto-Bismol.
Uncle Derek's here with his famous fried turkey. Hey, Aunt Mary brought the mac and cheese. Donna's here with the potato salad.
Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief for unexpected stomach upsets. So enjoy the holidays. Pepto has you covered, no matter who made the potato salad.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
When Shopify says you can sell anywhere, oh, they mean it. Woo, hold up. Just got a new sale. Whoa, Shopify doesn't mind if you're at sea level or on top of the world.
Whether you're selling carabiners or crop tops, start selling with Shopify today and join the platform simplifying commerce for millions of businesses worldwide. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free trial at shopify.com/touchdown. Shopify.com/touchdown.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. We have reached halftime, and it's a game all about field goals right now at Allegiant Stadium. New York Jets leading the Las Vegas Raiders 9-6 at the break. Let's check the NFL scoreboard now for week number 10, sponsored by Prilosec OTC. Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production that can cause heartburn. 1 pill, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief. What kind of a story are they writing in Houston these days? You're talking about a team that came into today's game at 4-4. Remember, they picked second in the draft this year. And C.J. Stroud has been marvelous. And the guy who led FBS with 85 passing touchdowns at Ohio State over a 2-year period played his first game in the state of Ohio today. He played well. Cincinnati got the game tied late, but Stroud, for the second week in a row, led his team downfield, put him in a spot to win, this time with a new kicker trying to do it.
38-yard field goal attempt from the left hash mark for the victory for Matt Amendola. Here's the snap, here's the spot, here's the kick, plenty of leg, and it's good! The Texans walk off with a win in Cincinnati. They take it 30-27. Matt Amendola at the buzzer. The Texans walk away with a win that we'll never forget.
Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware, Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610 in Houston. 30-27 the final. Stroud throws for 356 and a score. Joe Burrow 347 and 2 scores, but 2 interceptions on the day. Big day for Jamar Chase. Big day for Noah Brown. Both teams are now 5-4. Baltimore playing at home where they have blown the last 2 opponents out, and they had Cleveland on the ropes early today, down by 14. They actually had a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter, but then Lamar Jackson got a ball tipped, an interception brought back for a touchdown, and this was a game. Cleveland got the opportunity to tie the game but missed on an extra point, but they'd get another opportunity as time expired, and Dustin Hopkins hit a 40-yard field goal as time expired, giving the Browns a 33-31 win. Head coach Kevin Stefanski talked about his team's resilience in coming back.
Yeah, we've been here before. We know that. Obviously, it's not the goal to start to get behind, and that's the things that we can get better. Those are things that we can certainly improve. But I know that locker room. I know what type of people are in there, so we knew they were going to fight back.
Before today, the Browns have been 0-59-1 inside the division when they trailed the game by 14 points. Today, they get the win. They're 6-3. Lamar Jackson, a couple of interceptions in this one. Baltimore is now 7-3. Pittsburgh won a tight game at home. Stop me if you've heard this before. They knock off Green Bay today 23-9. Now, all 6 of the Steelers' wins this year have been decided by 1 possession. Jaylen Warren had 101 yards and a touchdown on the day today. Najee Harris had a rushing touchdown as well. Kenny Pickett only threw for 126 yards, but the Steelers would take it as they are now 6-3 on the year. Green Bay falls to 3-6. Jordan Love, 289 yards, couple of scores, but again, a problem with interceptions here, 2 of them. And the Packers take the loss on the road in Pittsburgh. Baker Mayfield and company got off their losing streak today. Tampa Bay knocked off Tennessee 20-6. Mayfield throws for a couple of scores, and a big day for Mike Evans. 6 catches for 143 yards and a touchdown. Actually, could have been 2 touchdowns. He ultimately ended up dropping 1 in this game, but Tampa Bay evens their record at 4-4. And remember that Will Levis had those 4 touchdown passes in his debut. Hasn't thrown a touchdown pass since. Not last week, not this week. Getting a start today, throws for an interception and 199 yards, and Derrick Henry held to 24 yards on the ground as Tennessee falls to 3-6. And if you liked offense, then Frankfurt wasn't the place to be today. Indianapolis scored a touchdown in the first quarter, and that was the only touchdown that this game saw. Indy beat New England today by a score of 10-6. Jonathan Taylor's 1-yard rushing touchdown in the first quarter, the game's only touchdown. Gardner Minshew threw for 194 yards. Mac Jones threw for $170 and an interception. He got benched for the final drive in this game. Bill Belichick turned it over to Bailey Zappi, who threw an interception that sealed the deal. Indy's now 5-5. New England, they're 2-8 for the first time since 2000. That was Bill Belichick's first year as the head coach of the Patriots. They finished that year, by the way, at 5-11. Our halftime score, the New York Jets 9, the Las Vegas Raiders 6. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Sarcoma. Odds are you've never heard that word before. But for the 40 people diagnosed with sarcoma every day, it is a life-changing word. Life-changing and devastating because sarcoma is cancer. Sarcoma is a cancer of bone and soft tissue more prevalent in children than in adults. More than 6,000 people lose their lives to sarcoma each year. Treatment options for sarcoma are limited, and new therapies are desperately needed. More research and increased awareness is necessary to find a cure for a cancer that you probably didn't even know existed until now. Through awareness, advocacy, and research, the Sarcoma Foundation of America is determined to help those affected by this forgotten cancer, to bring hope to the children and adults whose lives are forever changed by a word they had never heard before. Please help us in the fight to find the cure for sarcoma. For more information on sarcoma and the work of the Sarcoma Foundation of America, please go to curesarcoma.org.
COVID-19 has changed everything for the children of the world. Since the earliest days of the pandemic, we've been on the ground, providing children food, educational resources, and basics no child should be without. To learn more, visit savethechildren.org/together. This year, join us and make change for children. Visit savethechildren.org/together. Sponsored by Save the Children.
Movember, we're best known for the mustache. Well, here's the thing. Men's health deserves support year-round, which is why we're more than a month, more than mustaches. All year round, we're doing more. We're delivering more research, more treatments, doing more to help men live happier, healthier, longer lives. But we need your support, because the more we can do, the more fathers, brothers, partners, sons we can protect. Movember, more than a month. Learn more at Movember.com.
Furnished by Movember.
We continue along in the Sunday Night Football halftime show. 3-point lead for the New York Jets at the break. And speaking of 3 points, this game that we've had tonight is field goals. Big field goal day, including today in L.A. Chargers coming back on Detroit and got the game tied late with under a minute to play, but Detroit had time with Jared Goff to get them back down the field and get into field goal range to go for a game winner.
There it is. Box the hold. Patterson the kick. It is up and it is good. He got it. That's a victory for the Lions on the final play of the game. And what a game it was. Back and forth they went. No separation between these two. And Ronnie Patterson sends it through to secure a 41-38 victory for the Lions. That is big-time stuff.
Dan Miller, the Detroit Lions radio network. Detroit is now 7-2. They haven't had a 10-win season in 9 years. They haven't won a division since 1993. They're trending in that direction. Justin Herbert threw for 323 yards, 4 touchdowns today. Huge day for Keenan Allen. Don't look now. The Chargers are 4-5. Dallas did what they had to do today. They beat up on the New York Giants, 49-17 the final. Big day for Dak Prescott. 404 yards, 4 touchdowns, ran for a score. Brandon Cooks had 173 yards receiving. CeeDee Lamb, another 150-yard game, and he scored twice as Dallas improved to 6-3. Tommy DeVito in his first start threw for a couple of touchdowns for New York, but they are now 2-8 on the year. San Francisco dominated Jacksonville today in Jacksonville by a final of 34-3. That breaks a 3-game losing streak for the Niners. Brock Purdy threw 3 touchdown passes. In fact, George Kittle had a touchdown in this game. Brandon Ayuk had a touchdown in this game. Kyle Juszczyk had a touchdown in this game. You know who didn't? Christian McCaffrey. 16 carries, 95 yards. He had 47 yards receiving, but his touchdown streak stops at 17 games. So he had to face the media afterwards.
Yeah, I suck. Everyone else on the team scored, except for me. No, that means a lot to me for them to keep me in at the end of the game there and try to give me that record. But hey, I'll take a huge win.
They gave him 4 shots at it. That would have given him sole possession of the record. As it is, he's going to tie in history with Lenny Moore. Seattle got a field goal from Jason Myers as time expired. They beat Washington today 29-26. Geno Smith throws for 369 and a couple of scores. Sam Howell continues his strong play. 3 touchdown passes today, no interceptions, but Washington now 4-6 on the year as Seattle improves to 6-3. Joshua Dobbs won again. Threw for a score, ran for a score today, and T.J. Hockenson had 134 yards receiving as the Vikings beat New Orleans 27-19. Derek Carr got knocked out of this game. Jameis Winston had to finish up. Minnesota 6-4 right in the playoff race. New Orleans 5-5. And the return of Kyler Murray today out in the desert. Arizona got a win, 25-23. Another walk-off field goal. Matt Prater hitting his time expired from 23 yards out. Murray threw for 249 today, ran for 33 and a touchdown. As Arizona improves to 2-6 now on the year. Taylor Heineke got knocked out of this game with a hamstring injury. Desmond Ridder finished up. Atlanta is now 4-6. Our halftime score, the Jets 9, the Raiders 6. When we return, Ryan Radke, Mike Golick have the second half kickoff. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Here you are.
Here you are. Critics are calling The Killer a top-grade, heart-racing thriller. It's a terrific, anxiety-inducing, and daring movie that hits the mark.
This is what it takes.
You won't be able to tear your eyes from the screen.
Please. Consider yourself lucky if our paths never cross.
Don't miss Michael Fassbender as The Killer. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Now playing. Only on Netflix.
Jim Rome here. Dell's Black Friday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-shot monitors and top brand accessories. It is the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. So shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping. Once again, Dell.com/deals.
Welcome back to Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Along with Mike Golick, I'm Ryan Radke. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. Halftime, Jets lead the Raiders by a score of 9-6. Let's check the halftime stats. Sponsored by Indeed. You don't need a job platform. You need a hiring partner. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Jets outgained the Raiders 196-137 in that first half. Jets had the ball for about 2 more minutes. Individually, Zach Wilson 8 of 14 for 104 yards. Wilson was the Jets' leading rusher, 2 carries for 40 yards. Garrett Wilson had 5 catches, 67 yards. Meanwhile, for the Raiders, Aiden O'Connell 11 of 17, 123 yards and a pick. Josh Jacobs had 10 carries, 30 yards. Devontae Adams had 6 catches for 86 yards. Daniel Carlson, field goals of 41 and 54 for the Raiders. Greg Zuerlein, field goals of 47, 53, and 30 for the Jets. And New York has the 3-point lead. So look ahead to the second half, Mike. What's going to decide this one in your minds?
Well, you're one big play away from somebody really taking control of this game, that's for sure. But it's been the Jets that have gotten a little more on their running game, though we saw a couple of after first downs and first down runs by Josh Jacobs. So I got to imagine seeing these teams settle into that a little bit more.
I would imagine if you're Antonio Pierce, you're telling your guys, fellas, we're right there.
Right there.
It's been ugly. Yep. We're right there. We're down by 3 points. Stay with it.
The whole thing is like now is get in field goal position and then hopefully be able to do more. Not just settle for 3 all the time.
Daniel Carlson will kick it away from our left to our right. Jets won the opening toss and deferred. So their offense will be out to start the second half. Xavier Gibson waiting around the goal line. Carlson drills a kick that is headed for the uprights. And the Jets will start at the 25. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
SiriusXM. Find out what channel your team is playing on by going to SiriusXM.com/sports.
First and 10 Jets from their own 25. Jets had 93 rushing yards in that first half. 40 of those 93, though, came on 2 runs by the quarterback, Zach Wilson. He'll go under center with 2 receivers right, single man left. Breece Hall is the single running back. Here's the snap. Wilson back to pass. Looks left, throws short left, incomplete. Throw was low and away from Garrett Wilson. Jacorian Bennett was in coverage. That'll bring up second down and 10. Bennett is in there. Amik Robertson left the game in the first half. The word from the Raiders officially is a concussion. He is out for the rest of the game.
Yeah, remember Breece Hall tried to jump over him and kneed him right in the side of the head, and we all kind of knew at that point that was going to be the end of the night for him.
Slot right, single man left, second and 10 for the Jets. Wilson in the gun with Hall to his right. Here's the snap. Handoff. Hall looking for room. Plows ahead along the left hash. And he takes it out across the 27-yard line. Gain of 2 on that run by Breece Hall. That'll bring up third down and 8 for the Jets, who have gone 4 of 9 on third down tonight.
I talk about a big play team, a big play away. Remember, Breece Hall is the only player in the NFL who has a 50-plus yard run for a touchdown and a 50-plus yard reception for a touchdown. So he's a guy that could certainly go the distance on whether running or catching it.
Yeah, and you talked about it early. He's averaging over 5 yards a carry this year. Tonight, 2.4. He's on the sideline here for third down. Michael Carter checks in. Wilson in the gun, trips right, single man left. Here's the snap. Zach Wilson back to pass. Looks right, throws right. That's caught by Gibson. Turns back inside. He's got the first down before Spillane grabs him around the waist and pulls him backward up at the 39-yard line. So Zach Wilson with a confident strike to Xavier Gibson picks up 12 and a Jets first down.
They tried to bring some, now their officials talking to one another, but I don't see any flags on the ground at all. So not sure what the conversation is. Everybody's kind of standing around looking at the two of them.
Yeah, you're right. I don't see a flag
No
either.
flags, yeah. They were kind of waiting to see what's going on as the Raiders brought some pressure while the secondary played off a bit on the outside. Now,
Personal foul, chop block, offense numbers 32 and 67. The penalty's half the distance to the goal. Replay, third down.
Wow, so that'll erase the Jets' first down and put them in a third and long.
so a chop block for those, understand if you can't simultaneously hit an defensive player high and low, and that's what happened with the O-lineman and running back. One was high, and then the running back chopped him down low. Never a flag. We never saw a flag anywhere.
Yeah, I still never saw one, but I guess it was out there someplace. So they'll back it up to the 14-yard line. Third down and 21. Trips right, single man left. Zach Wilson in the gun, has the snap. Back to throw against the four-man rush. Throws over the middle, caught by Conklin. Racing right, outside the numbers, across the 25, up to the 30. Knocked out of bounds, and a penalty flag is thrown in the secondary.
I mean, a deep flag on this one. If this is against the Raiders and give them a cheap first down on third and long, that would be awful. But I don't know what I saw. The flag just came flying in from the back judge.
It came as Conklin was running.
I think it's against the Jets. They're over talking to Antonio Pierce to see what he would want to do.
And the Jets are short of the first down. They're short by about 4 yards. Conklin got up to the 31.
Max Crosby saying, back him up, get him closer to the end zone.
Holding, offense number 82. Las Vegas has elected to enforce the foul half the distance to the goal, third down.
That's against Xavier Gibson. Hey, Max Crosby's thinking about that safety they had against the Patriots a couple
That's exactly
weeks ago.
right. You know, this is about field position because the Jets had a pretty good game there and could have taken away decent field position from the Raiders. So now if the Raiders can force an incomplete pass or get a sack here, could really change some field position.
Now, they said that it's half the distance to the goal. Here's the thing, that hold was downfield.
Right.
So when this is all sorted out, it's really only going to cost the Jets about a yard. They're going to be at the 13. So they're not going to be backed up against the goal line.
But they're going to take away what was a pretty good gain, which would have helped the field position for the Jets after the punt. Raiders hoping to get an incompletion or a sack here or a shorter gain.
Yeah, and you referenced it a second ago, the Raiders have to avoid the defensive penalty. Shotgun snap to Wilson, quick pass out to the left. That one is caught out to the sideline and knocked out of bounds is Malik Taylor, who was just brought up off the practice squad yesterday. And he is bumped out of bounds nowhere near the first down marker, and the Jets will punt it away.
Well, they definitely saved themselves some yards there for sure.
Goes as a gain of 6 out to the 19. So Morstead will punt standing at his 5-yard line. And DeAndre Carter goes back deep, standing just inside the 30.
Doubling up the Gunners, looking for a return here if they can.
Morstead waiting on the snap. It's perfect, under no pressure. There's a high spiraling kick. Carter gets behind it, comes up. He's got it right at the 25, running to his left. Carter across the 30, and he is hit and driven down at the 32-yard line. And that's where the Raiders will begin their first drive of the second half when we come back. With 12:56 to go in the third quarter, it's the Jets 9 and the Raiders 6. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Kelly Clarkson here, everybody. Get ready for the Kelly Clarkson Connection.
Connecting the music she loves.
Everything from Rosemary Clooney to Aerosmith.
The music she's inspired by.
The Queen, y'all. Aretha Franklin. Possibly my biggest influence vocally.
And her own award-winning catalog.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That's what you're going to get here. So you're welcome in advance. My SiriusXM channel.
The Kelly Clarkson Connection.
Channel 12. And on the SiriusXM app. Free with all trials and popular plans.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Coco Radio is now Conan O'Brien Radio. Yep. We've upgraded from channel 106 to 104 because, let's face it, I couldn't stay at 106 forever. You'll find my delightful Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend podcast, highlights from my late night shows, showcasing some of the most absurd and hilarious moments from my decades on television. Plus, dive deep into 28 years of late night memories with Inside Conan. Conan O'Brien Radio, now on Sirius XM, channel 104. Or listen with the Sirius XM app.
What it is. Connect with the R&B and hip-hop that's hot now.
Slamming you out, slamming you out.
Discover who's next. And stay up on the culture.
Cause Drake don't know how to kiss and not tell.
On the heat.
Girl, your BP is a 0. My back shot sound like bongo.
Channel 46 and on the Sirius XM app. Included in all trials and popular plans.
To truly go inside the game of pro football, you need to see things from the player's perspective.
Let's go.
Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, catch the Player's Point.
Let's go. Bring energy.
Join NFL tight end Colin Thompson and Miami Dolphins fullback Alec Ingold as they break down the biggest stories in the NFL.
It's an encouraging way to look at football.
The Player's Point. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on Sirius XM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the Sirius XM app.
Stations, and be sure to look out for 2 new podcasts from Rich Eisen Podcast. All the NFL hot takes you can handle on Overreaction Monday, and each Tuesday download What the Football with Susie Schuster and former Raiders CEO Amy Trask. Get them wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll see what the Raiders have now. Jets first drive nothing. Remember, the Raiders scored on their first drive of the game and the drive right before halftime as the clock struck 0. So let's see what they can do here beginning of the third.
Starting from their own 31, 1st and 10. 2 receivers right. O'Connell in the gun. He's got Jacobs to his left. O'Connell walks up toward the line of scrimmage, points with his left hand toward the Jets defense, now falls back into the gun. Play clock at 5. Here's the snap. Handoff. Jacobs hit in the backfield, dropped for a loss. Wrapped up right away with nowhere to go and taken down back and around the 27-yard line. That'll be a loss of about 3 or 4. On that first down run. That was Quinnen Williams that just wrapped him up.
I mean, he just deserved of the pay raise that he got. He's just playing on the other side of the line of scrimmage.
His year, maybe a little bit like Nick Bosa's with San Francisco, where they get the big money and you're expecting the big sack totals. It hasn't been there, and Robert Saleh kind of scoffed at that this week and said, watch him play. He's impacting the game in all kinds of ways.
And he is 100% right.
O'Connell under center on 2nd and long. He's going to flip it on an end around. Coming right side, Trey Tucker across the 30 out to the 35. And Tucker takes it out to about the 37. So they go to Tucker, the speedster, his 6th carry of the year. He picks up 10, and that puts the Raiders in a 3rd and very manageable 3rd and about 5.
I'm waiting for Trey Tucker and Sauce Gardner to match up. These guys were freshmen together at Cincinnati. As Trey Tucker said, we were both about 150 pounds when we showed up to Cincinnati, so they played against each other all the time in practice, and haven't seen them matched up yet tonight against one another.
This is actually 3rd and about 4. They need the 41 for a first down. 2 receivers stacked to the left. Adams is inside of Mayer. 2 receivers right. O'Connell in the gun. Jacobs to his right. Myers in motion now from right to left. O'Connell gets the snap. Back to pass against the 4-man rush. Looking left. He's going to run across the 40. Slides down with a first down, but there's a penalty flag. It's in the area of holding in the backfield. Raiders are signaling first down. Jets are saying back them up.
Holding. Offense number 68. 10-yard penalty. Replay 3rd down.
That's the center, Andre James, who the play before is the one who got beat by Quinnen Williams, pushed into the backfield.
Got locked up with Jermaine Johnson on that one.
Because that was a good play by O'Connell. He saw C.J. Mosley kind of sliding out to guard Michael Mayer out there and saw the hole open up and did the right thing, tuck it and go. But unfortunately, that's going backward. Now, here's your rookie quarterback with 3rd and 13. Or 14.
And we saw the Jets lose a first down via penalty, and now the Raiders have done it, and the Raiders better hurry up. Yep. They're getting to the line of scrimmage with the play clock at 7.
Be a bad time to burn a timeout.
2 receivers left, single man right. O'Connell in the gun, signaling. Play clock down to 1. O'Connell gets the snap, back to pass, and maybe the Raiders did call timeout.
Yeah, I think they did. That's just a luxury you don't want to lose, especially with a young quarterback in a close game.
Timeout, Las Vegas. Their first of the half, 30-second timeout.
Yeah, You'd like to have your full complement with a young quarterback
Game clock to 11
at the end of the game.
minutes.
And
Thank you.
we seen them now waste that one. We saw one by Antonio Pierce, the second week head coach, when he threw a red flag inadvertently, or not inadvertently, but at the wrong time and cost him a timeout. So these can catch up with you.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Allegiant Stadium. For the ones who get it done, there's Grainger, offering over 1 million industrial-grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. And again, interim offensive coordinator and Bill Hardigree, who, as you pointed out, had never called plays before a week ago, and you wonder if that maybe factors into it after the penalty. So 3rd and 14, ball at the Raiders' own 27. Slot left, single man right, shotgun snap to O'Connell. Back to pass, looking, throws short left and just throws it into the ground. They were trying to set up a screen to Michael Mayer, and Quinnen Williams was all over it. 4th down, Raiders will punt it away. Yeah, Quinnen Williams was covering it. Jermaine Johnson had a good rush. That play had absolutely no shot at all. Now they're relying on the man who averaged 63 yards a punt last week, and A.J. Cole. Yeah, trying to flip the field. Xavier Gibson waits back inside the 20-yard line. Cole coming in first in the NFL in net punting, averaging over 47 yards net so far this year. He stands back inside his 15, gets the snap. Here comes his kick. It's a high spiral again. Gibson inside the 15, all the way back around the 12, makes the catch. Starts right, and he's tripped up at the 15-yard line. Amir Abdullah with a terrific tackle in space, racing down the field, gets a piece of Gibson and knocks him down at the 15. It's a 61-yard punt, a 3-yard return. Jets will have it at their own 15 when we come back. 10:45 to go in the third quarter. Jets 9, Raiders 6. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Football is a game of inches, and while we've advanced the ball down the field, our efforts to achieve equality are still far from the goal. But we are in it for the long haul. For years, P&G has used its voice to shine a light on inequalities and bias, and through sustained and meaningful actions, change is being made. P&G is dedicated to improving the future of boys and men of color, supporting the success of black women entrepreneurs, expanding efforts that will improve the child care industry in the U.S., and much more. So we invite you to join us and take action to ensure the home field advantage is everyone's advantage. Go to pg.com/takeonrace to learn more. Read, watch, donate, and engage in the quest for a more equitable world for everyone.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
If you're worried about money, you're not alone. 2/3 of Americans say they're stressed out because of finances. Rocket Money is here to help. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps track your spending by letting you set custom budgets and sending you alerts when you're about to go over them. Plus, Rocket Money lets you see all of your subscriptions and cancel any ones you don't want with a single tap. To learn more, go to rocketmoney.com/collegesports or download the Rocket Money app from the Apple App or Google Play stores.
Time to check the schedule of games coming up on Westwood 1, sponsored by Hulu Plus Live TV. Tomorrow night, the Buffalo Bills will host the Denver Broncos. Then on Thursday night, a great one with Cincinnati in Baltimore. Next Sunday night, Mike and I will be in Denver as the Broncos welcome in the red-hot Minnesota Vikings. Hulu has live sports. Watch football games all season long with over 90 live channels. Get Hulu Plus Live TV today. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Access content from each service separately and select ESPN Plus content via Hulu. Learn more at Hulu.com.
Talk about Cincinnati and Baltimore. How about Cincinnati and Houston today? C.J. Stroud is just playing some ball.
2 weeks in a row, leading his team down for game-winning drives. He has been terrific, ending that Cincinnati winning streak. And meanwhile, Josh Dobbs just keeps getting it done.
Yes, he
Now
does.
in Minnesota. 1st and 10, Jets at their own 15. They've got a 9-6 lead with 10:45 to go in the third. Zach Wilson back on a play fake. Steps up, throws left, incomplete. Trying to zip that ball to Garrett Wilson with pressure coming from behind. The throw was high and through the hands of Wilson. And that'll bring up a 2nd down and 10.
Been ugly offensively, no doubt about it. You're kind of waiting for, when I say a big play, I don't mean just an offensive big play. You know, it could be a big defensive play. The Jets have already had one that put them in good field position, but they couldn't do anything with it. or just got a field goal out of it. So let's see who can make one now.
Two receivers right, I formation behind Zach Wilson. A handoff to Breece Hall, running left, nowhere to go. Swallowed up behind the line of scrimmage at the 14-yard line. Well, the Raiders had that play sniffed out, loss of 1. It'll bring up 3rd down and 11. Raiders changing defensive personnel. Again, they'll bring their first-round pick Tyree Wilson into the game.
Yeah, only 1 sack for them tonight against an offense and an offensive line for the Jets that have given up some sacks and some pressures all year long.
Gave up 8 last week. Zach Wilson in the gun. 3rd down and 11. Jets at their own 14. 3 receivers right, single man left. Here's the snap. Wilson back to pass. Wilson looking, and they're going to blow it dead. There was movement by the Jets.
Yeah, Max Crosby got off the ball, and now was he in the neutral zone before an offensive lineman moved?
False start.
Nope.
Offense, number 66. It's a 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
That's the 8th penalty against the Jets tonight for 80 yards. That's not a good script to win a game on the road.
No, that is not. Again, when you're talking a game like this, you're talking field position, and Raiders doing everything they can to keep them pinned back here. We'll give them the ball in the area of the 40, 50-yard line. And Garrett Wilson on the sideline right now getting his hand and or wrist looked at.
They'll move it back to the 9. Jets will go empty. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left. Crowd coming to life. They want to see that big play you were talking about. Zach Wilson in the gun, gets the snap, back to pass, rush coming. Wilson steps up, running to his right. He's going to take off over the 10, now to the 15, stumbles and dives out to the 20-yard line. Boy, it looked like for a moment Wilson might pick up another first down, but he's not the first guy we've seen stumble tonight.
Nope.
Got it out across the 20. They're going to give him progress to the 22. That's still 3 yards shy of a first down. It's a 13-yard run. The Jets will punt it away.
It certainly helps Morstead with punting and gains him some extra yards. For you were looking at the Raiders getting the ball maybe between the 40 and 50-yard line. Now it'll be maybe inside the 30.
So Morstead standing just inside the 10 will punt it away. DeAndre Carter is just inside his 30-yard line. Morstead waiting. It's a chest-high snap. Gets away a high spiraling punt. Carter waiting, has it at his own 24. Straight ahead across the 30. Far sideline, 35-40. 45 to the 50. Carter into Jets territory. Out of bounds at the 45. Well, maybe that's the big play that'll get something going for the Raiders. As DeAndre Carter took off down the far sideline, they're going to mark him out of bounds at the Jets 46.
Doubling up the Gunners, looking for a return. Last time the first man down made the tackle. This time he was able to shake it and gain the extra yards.
It's a 55-yard punt and a 30-yard return. Raiders will have it with 8:48 to go in the third quarter when we come back. Jets 9, Raiders 6. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Get ready for holiday feast season with Pepto-Bismol.
Uncle Derek's here with his famous fried turkey. Hey, Aunt Mary brought the mac and cheese. Donna's here with the potato salad.
Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief for unexpected stomach upsets. So enjoy the holidays. Pepto has you covered, no matter who made the potato salad.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Need to hire? Indeed has some top talent on speed dial. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. The moment you post a sponsored job, you'll get instantly matched with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your job description. And you can then conveniently schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from Indeed's hiring platform. Get $75 in credit towards your first sponsored job at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Before Shopify, were you wondering, where are my sales at? Now you're selling with Shopify, the global commerce platform supercharging your selling. You have no problem selling online, in person, on social media, and beyond. Gary, easy on the cha-ching.
Oh, sorry, but my Shopify sales are through the roof.
Start selling with Shopify today and discover how millions of businesses around the world use Shopify to ignite their selling. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/touchdown. Shopify.com/touchdown.
Salute to Service is the year-round effort by the NFL and its military partners to honor, empower, and connect with our nation's service members, veterans, and their families. At this time each year, the NFL reinforces our support and gratitude to those who have served, and to those who continue to serve. Visit NFL.com/salute to learn more about the NFL's impact with its Salute to Service partners.
Stay up to date with Westwood One Sports by following us on X, the app formerly known as Twitter. In-game highlights, direct links to listen to live games, behind-the-scenes photos, and more. Follow Westwood One Sports on X. Raiders start this drive at the Jets 45, 1st and 10, trailing 9-6. Aiden O'Connell is under center with 2 receivers stacked right. Devontae Adams single man left. O'Connell takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Josh Jacobs. Hit in the backfield. Jacobs spins forward, gets across the line of scrimmage. And they'll give him maybe a half yard to about the 44. It'll be 2nd down and long. Boy, the Jets got off the ball quickly up front.
So what they're doing is when Josh Jacobs is off to the right of the quarterback, they feel the play's going that way. The safety is coming up. Jordan Whitehead, in that case, came up to the line of scrimmage, and he's an unaccounted for guy to not be blocked. But that's kind of how the Jets are playing where Jacobs is lined up.
Officially no gain on the play. 2nd out of 10 from the 45. 2 receivers left, single man right. Renfro in motion from left to right. O'Connell back to pass, looking right, looking left, throws left. That's caught at the 40-yard line by Myers. Diving forward, and he gets down to the 37-yard line. Gain of 8 for Jacoby Myers. It'll set up a 3rd and 2.
Just kind of get nervous when you see a receiver catch the ball and just start going east and west. You're like, go forward. And he shakes a couple of guys and dives forward to make it 3rd and short.
Renfro comes out of the game. Trey Tucker will check in for 3rd down and 2. Raiders again right on the fringe of field goal range for Daniel Carlson, who hit from 54 at the end of the half. Field goal here would tie the game. 3 receivers right, 2 left. Adams is in the left slot. O'Connell back in the shotgun, takes the snap. He's going to toss it ahead to Jacobs, racing right, trying to turn the corner, and does for a 1st down. Across the 35 to the 34, C.J. Mosley with the tackle, a gain of 3. It'll be a pass play to Josh Jacobs, 1st and 10, Raiders.
He had Thayer Munford, the right tackle, out in front of him, but he wasn't waiting. He wasn't going to be patient about it. He ran right through his back, knowing he was going to get to the 1st down marker.
Raiders going no huddle, 2 receivers left, 1 right. Jacobs in the backfield to O'Connell's right. Here's the snap, back to pass. O'Connell looking left, under pressure. He's hit and sacked again. Taken down at the 42-yard line. He got hit low, he got hit high. No place to go for Aiden O'Connell, and the Jets get the sack for a loss on 1st down of about 8 yards.
Yeah, see, this is where, again, I disagree in not running Josh Jacobs. I know it hasn't been gaining a lot, but run him. You know, I mean, your old line is just getting shoved right back into the quarterback on 1st down. Just Josh Jacobs is good enough over time and carry to do better now. I mean, they're so backed up. Play clock's under 10 already. They're going to have to burn another timeout.
Jermaine Johnson on that sack went right through Jermaine Illuminor. 2nd and 18, shotgun snap. O'Connell swings it out to Jacobs. Has a lane to run along the left side numbers. Inside the 40, now the 35. Jacobs plowing forward down around the 30-yard line. So that's basically a long handoff to Josh Jacobs. Got that lane to run, and now gives the Raiders a 3rd and 6.
And in a game like this, what the most important thing we say is at least they're in field goal range, because that's all we've seen tonight.
3rd down and 6 for the Raiders. They would need the 24 to keep the drive alive. 12-yard gain on that pass play to Jacobs. Raiders out of the huddle with 15 on the play clock. 9-6 Jets, 5:42 to go in the 3rd. Adams single man left, 3 receivers right. O'Connell in the gun with Jacobs to his right side. Here's the snap, quick throw right side, caught by Renfro, runs toward the hash marks, dives close to the 1st down, might have it, and the crowd loves it. Hunter Renfro became a fan favorite here a couple of years ago. Hasn't had much action this year. They love it when he gets his hands on the ball. The officials taking a look. This is right at the sticks. And they're going to say it's 4th down, I believe. They're going to say that he is just short.
Yeah.
It's 4th down.
Boy, here's a decision. You take the 3 to tie it. It looks like they're going to go for it.
I mean, the nose of the football is almost touching the 24, and that's the line to gain. So, I mean, this is literally inches. We say that a lot. This is literally 4th and inches, or an inch. O'Connell under center. We've already seen him go to a quarterback sneak once tonight. See if he does it again here. Gets the snap. Nope. Turns. Hands it off. Jacobs runs right side. Jacobs hit. Driven backwards, but looks like he has the 1st down. And he does. They're going to give him a yard to the 23. So Josh Jacobs officially with a run of 2 to that 23-yard line keeps the ball in possession of the Raiders.
Wasn't pretty, but it was effective. That's all that matters. Now the Jets are running guys on and off the field.
Raiders hustle to the line.
Oh,
they stepped in. The Raiders saying we didn't sub. They shouldn't have done that.
Wow.
Aiden O'Connell goes back under center. Here's the snap. O'Connell with a toss play. Jacobs running right. Hit in the backfield. He's going to lose yardage. Back outside the 25 to the 27. Now, two things there, Mike. One, the officials stepped in, so they must have seen or felt that the Raiders substituted. Second thing is, the Jets are getting a jump on the snap count right now.
They absolutely are. They've got it timed up, and that's something that they need to talk about the Raiders do on the sideline. They have to switch that up. They have to give another beat on the snap count, something that's going to mix it up a little bit, because you're right, they are getting off the ball.
Loss of 4 back to the 27. Two receivers go to the left, one right. Quincy Williams on that last stop. 7 straight game with a tackle for loss. Here's a toss to Jacobs off the right side across the 25. And Jacobs able to fall forward inside the 23 to the 22. It's a 5-yard pickup. And now it'll be 3rd down and about 9 here. Quincy Williams coming in, top 20 in the NFL in tackles, top 10 in tackles for loss. He's the first Jet since 2015 to have a tackle for loss in 6 straight games, and now with 1 in 7 consecutive games.
Yeah, he and his brother Quinnen love playing on the other side of the line, especially Quinnen just pushing offensive linemen back. Here would be a nice, great time for a hard count. Try and get yourself a free play or 5 yards, make it 3rd and short.
Devontae Adams matched up with Sauce Gardner. Single receiver to the right side. Adams has not been targeted. Shotgun snap. O'Connell back to pass. Looking. Throws left incomplete. Threw it over the head of Adams, who is screaming at the official. He thinks Gardner held him. Gardner, meanwhile, just standing and staring at Devontae Adams. And on 4th down, the field goal team is coming out.
And they did try and hard count them. They went on 2 there, and good job by the Jets holding their water. Glad Aiden got rid of the ball. I thought he was going to take another sack, and that was just great coverage by Sauce Gardner. As you hear the crowd saying they wanted a penalty there. No, you can't call nothing there. That was good coverage.
So a 40-yard attempt for Daniel Carlson. So come from the right hash. Here's the snap, ball down. Carlson's kick is on the way, and it is good. So Daniel Carlson with his 3rd field goal of the night, and we are tied with 2:36 remaining in the 3rd quarter. It's the Jets 9 and the Raiders 9. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 2:36 to go in the 3rd. We're knotted at 9. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Hulu has live sports. Watch your favorite football teams with over 90 live channels, including ABC, CBS, ESPN, Fox, NBC, and more. Plus, get access to Hulu's entire streaming library, filled with top shows, movies, and originals. With Hulu Plus Live TV, get access to Disney Plus and ESPN Plus, all in one plan. Say goodbye to extra cable fees and get all the sports and entertainment you need with Hulu Plus Live TV today. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Access content from each service separately and select ESPN Plus content via Hulu. Learn more at Hulu.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football.
This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon and more Apple gifts for the fam.
This holiday, trade in any iPhone in any condition for a great deal on the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium, Apple TV 4K, and Apple One with unlimited Ultimate. Additional terms and conditions apply. Act now. Visit Verizon.com.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
2:36 to go, third quarter. Raiders and Jets tied at 9 after Daniel Carlson's 40-yard field goal. Ace Statsman Chad Hartley reports there have been 265 yards worth of field goals in this game tonight.
Wow. Okay, I like that a lot. You know what? This game hasn't been pretty, but we'll dress it up with stats like that.
391 yards of offense, 265 of field goals.
Okay.
Daniel Carlson ready to kick it away from left to right. It's a high-end over-end kick. Gibson moving to his right, maybe a chance to return. He's got it a yard deep. He's coming out across the 5, down to the 10. Angles left, inside the 15. Breaks one tackle, not another. Wrapped up and dropped at about the 13. Boy, excellent pursuit by the Raiders kick coverage team. And the Jets will start backed up at their own 13. To learn more about the NFL and its military partners' impactful work through the Salute to Service initiative, visit NFL.com/salute on this Veterans Day weekend. Thank you to all of those who have served, are currently serving. We genuinely appreciate everything that you folks do.
Absolutely should be thanked every day, not just one day a year, that's for sure, for all you men and women have done for us.
First down and 10 for the Jets at their own 13. Zach Wilson under center, receivers left and right. Breece Hall is single back. Here's the snap, quick pass left side, caught by Garrett Wilson, running out to the sideline across the 15. And he is dragged down by Jacorian Bennett up at the 18-yard line, gain of 5. And that'll bring up a second down and 5. Garrett Wilson, he had 4 catches for 60 yards in the first quarter. He has 2 catches for 12 yards since.
And that's one of those, that's just a smart play. You see Bennett playing off on that and just dish the ball out, gain an easy 5 yards.
Second down 5. Ball is on the near side left hash. Jets moving right to left in this third quarter. Inside 2 minutes to go, 9-9 game. Trips right, single man left. Conklin motions from right to left. Wilson under center, has the snap, back on a play fake, sets his feet, looks, hit from behind, ball's out. It's loose. There's a pile up for it inside the 10, and the Jets got it back. Zach Wilson got drilled from behind by Malcolm Kuntz. The ball came out, but the Jets able to save the possession.
Kuntz, a great rush on Mekhi Becton at left tackle, who started the season at right tackle, but with the injuries going on, ends up over at left tackle where he has been before, but he does end up recovering the fumble. Great job by Kuntz, coming down with that right arm, and that's exactly what you want to do is go for the ball.
Loss of 6 on the play. Third down, about 10 and a half. Crowd energized, trips left, single man right. Wilson in the gun, he's got the snap, he's back to pass, rush coming again, Wilson steps up, going deep, down the middle of the field, incomplete. Overthrew his intended target, trying to get it to Malik Taylor. Jacorian Bennett was running stride for stride, and on fourth down, the Jets will punt.
Yeah, if you throw up a ball like that, you're just hoping your guy can out-jump their guy, or you're looking for an interference call. I mean, that's all that play is. Now, this should be decent field position for the Raiders, who they had good field position last time around as well, after a good punt return.
Thomas Morstead standing a yard deep in the end zone. DeAndre Carter with his heels around his own 35-yard line. Here's the snap to Morstead, and his kick is a high spiral. Carter looking up, has it at his own 36-yard line, straight ahead across the 40, cuts right across the 45, and he dives out into the middle of the Raiders' shield at about the 47-yard line. So the Raiders will have good field position here with 46 seconds remaining in the third, a 53-yard punt, an 8-yard return, a break in the action. 9-9 between the Jets and Raiders. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of, whoever made that apple pie, delicious. Thank you. I just take 1 pill each morning and 0 heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Need to hire? Don't let the transfer market send you into overtime. Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps employers source, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. When you post a sponsored job, you get access to a large pool of quality candidates who have uploaded a resume to Indeed. You can then review their profiles to make sure they meet your must-have requirements. Make the hiring process work for you. Log in and get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
Every Monday, Rich Eisen and Chris Brockman react to what's happening in the world of football on Overreaction Monday.
Dolphins, Final Four AFC team.
Oh, that is not an overreaction at all. I'm with you.
You're in.
I am in. The other three Final Four teams. If you ask me to call my shot, this is the Overreaction Monday podcast.
Call your shot.
Entertainment purposes only, unless I'm right.
Yeah.
Chiefs, Dolphins, Bills, Ravens. Final Four.
Overreaction Monday, the podcast, wherever you listen.
Stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by AutoZone. All season long, you can listen to our broadcast of the NFL live on WestwoodOneSports.com, on the NFL app, by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports, or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging. That's right, get your battery tested and charged for free. Make AutoZone your end zone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
So, feels weird saying, but in a 9-9 game with all field goals, the Raiders need to get to the 39-yard line to be in field goal range. I mean, it is what it is, right?
It is. I mean, look, you said it early. Take points.
Yes.
Because it might be what turns out to be the winning margin in this game. I was up in Eugene last night for USC Oregon. This is the anti-vax.
Little different, right?
Just
a little different.
Little different. Aiden O'Connell line up in the shotgun. Two receivers right, single man left. Raiders start at their own 47. Adams in motion from right to left. Here's the snap. O'Connell looks, throws short left, incomplete. Off the hands of Michael Mayer. The rush was coming, and maybe rushed that throw from Aiden O'Connell. Mayer unable to bring it in. DJ Reed was applying the pressure. Second down at 10.
Yeah, and he had a step on Mosley, too. If they could have completed that one, Mayer may have gone for a few more yards. Now sitting at 2nd and 10.
Purdue to Notre Dame on that intended hookup. West Lafayette to South Bend. Couldn't connect.
57.
Second down and 10.
57. Monday.
O'Connell goes under center with receivers left and right. Jacobs is the single back. Here's the snap. They'll hand it off. Jacobs cuts left across the 50. 45-40. Jacobs in the 35. Inside the 30. Still going. 25-20. 15-10. Hit and lost the ball. It's out of bounds. The ball went out of bounds around the 6. They'll bring it back to the spot of the fumble. They're going to mark it around the 11. Josh Jacobs rips off a big run. The Raiders will have it at the Jets' 11-yard line, a gain of 42.
So they ran that play a little bit ago, Ryan, and I told you Jordan Whitehead came up and blitzed from the safety position. He did it again, and when you don't make the play, you get to the second level with one less man to make a tackle.
Here's a give to Jacobs on first down. Jacobs running straight ahead along the right hash, takes it inside the 10. And he's down to about the 8-yard line. It's a gain of 5. They ended up moving that back to the 13. So it's a gain of 5 for Jacobs there. Down to the 8-yard line. It'll set up the Raiders with a 2nd and 5. And they will have that when the fourth quarter begins. We have reached the end of 3 here at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. With the score, the Jets 9, the Raiders 9. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. When a cold comes on strong, try DayQuil's Severe Honey flavor. The daytime, coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste, so a cold won't slow you down. Get back to your day feeling relieved, enjoying the delicious flavor of DayQuil Severe Honey. DayQuil Severe Honey flavor soothes your symptoms with a delicious taste. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
When Shopify says you can sell anywhere, oh, they mean it. Woo, hold up. Just got a new sale. Whoa, Shopify doesn't mind if you're at sea level or on top of the world.
Whether you're selling carabiners or crop tops, start selling with Shopify today and join the platform simplifying commerce for millions of businesses worldwide. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free trial at shopify.com/touchdown. Shopify.com/touchdown.
Jim Rome here. Dell's Black Friday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-shot monitors and top brand accessories. It is the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. So shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping. Once again, Dell.com/deals.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Ooh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, along with Mike Golick. I'm Ryan Radke. Our score, the Raiders 9 and the Jets 9. Start of the fourth quarter is sponsored by Lowe's. Provember is here at Lowe's. Right now, save $200 on a DeWalt sliding miter saw. Lowe's knows pros while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Valid through November 22nd, 2023. Subject to change. Just to clean it up on that Josh Jacobs run, it ends up being a 40-yard run after they moved it back. Jacobs gets 5 on first down. Raiders have a 2nd and 5 at the Jets 8. 9-9 game. Aiden O'Connell is under center. Receivers left and right. Myers goes in motion from left to right. Jacobs is the single back. O'Connell barks out the signals. Takes the snap from under center. Turns, hands it off to Jacobs. Straight ahead. Not much there. Able to get forward for a yard to the 7. And that'll bring up a 3rd and 4. Can somebody find the end zone in this game? It feels like a touchdown would almost be a knockout blow.
It really does, and we were waiting for a big play, and we got it there from Jacobs. As I said, you can either line up a safety in the box as an extra man or bring him up on the snap, and that's what they did with Whitehead. But I'll say again, if you do that, now once you get past that initial line of scrimmage, you've got more open space, and that's exactly what Jacobs did.
Raiders need the 3 for a first down. It's 3rd and 4. O'Connell's going to go in the shotgun. Raiders go empty. 3 receivers left, single man right. Jacobs comes in motion from the left. Here's the snap. They fake the handoff to him. O'Connell looking, steps up in the pocket, moving right, lobs it back in the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown Raiders. Michael Mayer climbs the ladder and brings it in. A 7-yard touchdown pass. The Raiders find the end zone and find a 6-point lead.
There's the 6'4" Michael Mayer on the 5'10" Jordan Whitehead. Aiden O'Connell, again, the Purdue to Notre Dame connection, does a nice job. First good protection, then he bails, and he throws it up high. He said, I got the tall guy. He can go up over the top. There's a 6-inch difference in size. And it's a great job by the quarterback and great hands by Mayer. He did that all year last year at Notre Dame.
Daniel Carlson is on for the extra point. Here's the snap, ball down, kick is up, and it is good. So with 14-10 remaining in the game, the Raiders lead 16-9. Aiden O'Connell with his 2nd NFL touchdown pass. It goes to Michael Mayer, his 1st NFL touchdown, and the Raiders have a 7-point lead. We'll check the drive summary, sponsored by Dell Technologies. Black Friday is Dell's biggest sale of the year. Save on laptops like the XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform and more. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. 5 plays, 53 yards, 136 off the clock. Michael Mayer with the touchdown, and the Raiders have a 16-9 lead. Going up to snatch that ball in those strong hands, got 2 feet down. And Michael Mayer, that's a heck of a way to get your first NFL touchdown.
Oh, it sure is. A great pitch and catch by both of them. As I said, with O'Connell going up high, knowing the size advantage there. We've seen now the Raiders twice on punt returns have good field position. One time turn it into a field goal. And this time after the long run by Josh Jacobs, that's what we talked about. There'll be that play. You know, maybe not a long touchdown play, but that long run, some play to put you in position to get it in the end zone. Now let's see how the Jets answer the bell.
So Daniel Carlson will kick it away from our right to our left. I don't know if Xavier Gibson's going to be too anxious for another kick return. That has not fared well. He's been caught inside the 15 a couple of times, and he is going to let this one sail over his head. And the Jets will start at the 25-yard line. Well, let's look at the difference here in the Jets offense, Mike. First half, the Jets ran 32 plays for 196 yards, 6.1 yards per play. In the second half, 10 plays, 29 yards, 2.9 yards per play. Average field position in this half, the 17-yard line. The Raiders have done an excellent job flipping the field, and they finally paid it off in the end zone.
Yep, absolutely have. Finally, somebody saw what the end zone feels like. Receivers left and right. Zach Wilson under center. 1st and 10 from the 25.
Wilson takes the snap, back on a play fake, sets his feet, looks, throws a screen left side, caught by Hall along the numbers to the 30. Brees Hall to the 40, out to the 50, down the far sideline 40, and he'll run out of bounds. Boy, the Jets go to a screen on the first play, and Brees Hall had nothing but green grass in front of him all the way down to the Raiders' 40-yard line, a 35-yard pass play on first down.
Well, we know of like 4 players that could have big gains. Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson, the wide receivers for each team, and then Josh Jacobs, who had one, and now Brees Hall, who had one as well. These are the big play guys.
First down and 10 for the Jets in Raider territory at the 40. 3 receivers right, single man left. That's Garrett Wilson matched up against Jacorian Bennett. Zach Wilson in the shotgun, lifts his right leg, extends his hands, takes the snap, back to pass, looks, throws left, got Wilson wide open to the 30, turns back inside toward the numbers, and he's down to the 28-yard line. Gain of 12 on the pass to Garrett Wilson from Zach Wilson. First and 10 for the Jets.
Just a lot of room, Ryan. They're giving Garrett Wilson a lot of room. These are just easy throws for Zach Wilson.
Dalvin Cook back into the lineup for the Jets. Haven't seen him for a while. He had a little productive stretch at the end of that first half. 4 carries, 26 yards in the game. He'll line up in the backfield to the right of Zach Wilson. Garrett Wilson is in the backfield to the left, and he'll motion out to the right. They're going to throw it backwards to him. Garrett Wilson can throw, lobs it down the right side, incomplete, and that might be the ugliest pass you see all year. That,
by the way, was a touchdown. Allen Lazard had nobody in front of him. It seemed like, and I don't know why, because this is a play you practice. You don't just say, hey, let's give this a shot. He was not pressured, and he had all the time in the world. Just take your time. I mean, he just caught it and threw it. Just take a couple of steps. Lazard was just breaking free. That was an easy touchdown.
That was a wounded duck that came out of the hand of Garrett Wilson.
That may be the last time they try that one.
Second down 10 from the 28. Slot right, single man left. Cook goes in motion to the right. Zach Wilson wants the shotgun snap. He's got it, back to pass, looking right, throws right behind Dalvin Cook and incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 10.
So we have a wide receiver throwing a bad pass, now the quarterback throwing a bad pass.
And if you think about it, for all the criticism Nathaniel Hackett has taken, you look at those 2 plays, as you said, one should have been a touchdown. Yeah. That should be a very easy completion.
Right. Yeah.
And you get nothing out of either one.
Should have been 3rd and 5 or less at this point.
So 3rd and 10 from the 28. Now there's still 12:40 to go in the game, so if the Jets don't convert, they're going to kick the field goal, you would think. 2 receivers stacked left, 2 receivers right. Cook in the ball game to the left of Zach Wilson, who's in the gun. Play clock down to 3. Now at 2. Now at 1. Wilson gets the snap. He's back to pass. Rush coming. Wilson steps up, moving left, racing out toward the sideline, and he's run out of bounds at around the 27. Well, that time the Raiders did not let him get free. Divine Diablo got out there, set the edge. Wilson out of bounds at the 27-yard line, a 1-yard gain, and the field goal team will come out for New York. Zuerlein looking for his 4th field goal of the game.
Yep, some Raider fans holding their breath on that one. They've seen Zach Wilson make a couple of long runs against their defense tonight. Now in the, I was going to say in the hands, but in the foot of Greg Zuerlein.
45-yard attempt for Zuerlein. It'll come from the left hash. Zuerlein says he's ready. Here's the snap, ball down, kick on the way from Zuerlein, end over end, and he splits the uprights again. So Zuerlein is hit from 47, 53, 30, and now 45, and he has drawn the Jets within 4 with 11 minutes and 58 seconds to go in the game. It's the Raiders 16 and the Jets 12. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
It's that time of year. Big families, big tables, and big games.
Can't wait to eat my stuffing and watch some ACC football.
Keep it locked to ACC Radio through the holidays. We're breaking down all the action on the gridiron.
Look at the ACC right now. It's the most exciting conference there is.
And the hardwood.
He's looking like an early front runner for ACC Player of the Year.
Join ACC Today live weekdays from 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern on ACC Radio Channel 371.
Oh, I didn't get to get my turkey.
Get your fill of your favorite conference anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Don't miss the all-new Rise and Shine, a SiriusXM podcast.
This is Adam Shine. Every Wednesday morning, we're going to make you remember why you love sports. The crack of the bats, the smell of the drench, the thrill of a buzzer beater, the heroes, the underdogs, the moments you remember forever. Join me, Bob Stu, and the most interesting guests in sports for the all-new Rise and Shine.
Download Rise and Shine right now on the SXM app. Available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's SCHEIN.
Hey, what's going on? This is your boy Kevin Hart, and guess what? I've got my own channel on Sirius XM, Kevin Hart's Laugh Out Loud Radio, channel 96. We play the best stand-up comedy from some of my favorite comedians, and I got my own show. It's called Straight From The Heart, and I host it with a bunch of unattractive friends of mine. They call the Plastic Cup Boys. Every Tuesday and Thursday, real, raw, authentic conversation. 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Laugh Out Loud Radio right here on Sirius XM, channel 96. Don't miss it.
Hi, everybody. Christopher Mad Dog Russo here. Familiar? You should be. Well, now you can catch Mad Dog's Daily Bite each day as a podcast, where you'll hear my thoughts and opinions on the biggest topics around the world of sports. NFL, baseball, golf, NBA, even the hockey. That you know you can count on. That's Mad Dog's Daily Bite. Drops daily anywhere you get your podcasts. And you can also hear me weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Unleashed, Sirius XM Channel 82, or anytime on the SXM app.
Of course, you can also hear Sunday Night Football each week right here, beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations, on the NFL app or online at westwood1sports.com. Vikings got to 6-4 with their win today. They're in playoff position now in the NFC.
Josh Dobbs, still just amazing. He's a rocket scientist, though, isn't he?
He is. I loved that quote last week when they said, what was it like running the offense? And he said, it's like you've been taking AP Spanish, and then on Wednesday they tell you the test is Saturday, but it's going to be in French.
Yeah.
And he had to try to figure it out.
That's difficult. I would just cheat.
Can't even respond to that. Zerline's going to kick it away from left to right. Drills an end-over-end kick that is over the back line of the end zone, and the Raiders will start at the 25. So Zerline with a 45-yard field goal. Still a lot of time left in this game. 11:58 to go. 4-point Raider lead.
So we talked it before the game. Josh Jacobs averaging 16 yards a carry. Coming into last week, carried it 26 times, 18 rushes tonight. We saw him break that one for 40 yards. Still, about 12 minutes ago, he's going to get more carries. So they said they were going to feed him more. It didn't start out that way, but now they're going to try and grind it a little bit.
Devontae Adams does not have a catch here in the second half. 1st and 10, Raiders under center with receivers left and right, 2 tight ends left. Here's the snap, O'Connell back on a play fake, sets his feet, looking deep down the left side for Adams, airs it out, and it's incomplete. That ball was thrown out of bounds. Adams was doing everything he could to try to angle his body and keep his feet in bounds, have a chance to make that catch, but that sailed well out of bounds. It's 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, and waited a little long on that. You knew the safety was going to come over there. Throw that earlier, then you keep it in bounds a little more. I think he got worried, did O'Connell, about the safety coming over, so it ended up going out of bounds. You throw it earlier, you can keep it in bounds before the safety gets there.
2nd down and 10. Adams will take a breather on the Raiders sideline. Raiders will go with 2 receivers to the left, 2 tight ends right. O'Connell lines up in the shotgun. He's got Jacobs to his right side. Jets walking men up to the line of scrimmage, showing blitz. O'Connell brings Myers in motion from the left, handoff Jacobs running left, finds a seam, breaks a tackle, stumbles across the 30, and he's out close to a 1st down. They're going to mark him at the 34. That's a 9-yard run, and I'll tell you what, if Jacobs could have kept his feet, he'd be dancing in the end zone right now.
You are not kidding. That was just a shoestring tackle away from him, just sprinting between the hashes all the way to the end zone. That makes it a nice, comfortable, possibly comfortable. We'll see, 3rd and 1.
The Raiders have the ball across the 34, not quite to the 35. Saw O'Connell with the quarterback sneak earlier. Last time on 3rd and short, they handed off to Jacobs. 2 receivers left. Adams back in the game, split to the right. Here's the snap. They'll pitch it to Jacobs. Left side, Jacobs gets to the 35, and that should be good enough for the 1st down. Only advanced the ball about a half yard, but that's all they needed.
I mean, barely. You want to talk about just getting 10. The nose of the ball is on the 35. As a former defensive player, I can't tell you how deflating that is when you're that close to getting off the field and by the nose of the football, it's a new set of downs.
Interesting call to run that pitch play wide on 3rd and very short.
There's nobody right over the center. The quarterback just dive forward and get half a yard.
And remember when O'Connell did it earlier, he got like 3 yards.
Sure did.
1st down and 10, Raiders at their own 35. 10:29 to go in the game. Raiders lead at 16-12. Receivers left and right. O'Connell under center, has the snap. Handoff. Jacobs running left, avoids traffic in the backfield, cuts back right, and he's able to dive back to the line of scrimmage. That was Quinnen Williams who blew that play up again.
What Quinnen Williams is doing, and we talk about Robert Saleh saying don't worry about the stats, he's effective. That will not show up in the box score, but he is the reason that play didn't get what it got. He was 2 yards deep, making Josh Jacobs have to cut back going east and west instead of north and south.
Robert Saleh said it's unfortunate we live in a society that is so focused on sacks. It might have been a little bit of an overstatement.
I was just going to say, maybe a bit, huh?
3 receivers right, single man left, shotgun snap. They swing it out right side to Jacobs, runs along the numbers across the line of scrimmage, and he gets out to about the 37-yard line, maybe the 38. So a short gain, 3rd and long now for the Raiders with the clock moving, 9:35 to go.
We have really gone conservative now, right? Between the runs and the sideway passes. You tried the one long pass down the field that really had no shot. But other than that, there's not been a lot down the field. But here we are back to 3rd and long, which we've seen early in the game, the Raiders in this situation.
Raiders with a 3rd down and 8 at their own 37-yard line. They'll go with 3 receivers right, 2 receivers to the left. Hunter Renfrow is on the field. Amir Abdul out there as well. O'Connell back in the shotgun. Renfrow in motion from right to left. Here's the snap. O'Connell back, fires left side. That's caught by Austin Hooper, the tight end, but he's short of the 1st down. He needed the 45, and the nose of the football is short.
Yep.
Now what do you do if you're Antonio Pierce?
They're going to punt. I would be, let me just say, I'd be stunned if they didn't punt. You play the field position game here and don't give him a chance. Josh Jacobs going back on the field here. We'll see.
The Jets have an injured player. C.J. Mosley is hurt. He's jogging off, so they're going to stop this momentarily. The Raiders are at least going to line up to go for this.
Well, C.J. Mosley is 40 games with 10 tackles or more. Maybe if he's not out there, maybe you do run it, quite honestly. So the Raiders obviously are going to run it here, or they're going to try and hard count them to try and get the 1st down that way.
Now, I don't know if you're the Raiders, if you want to burn another timeout. Remember, they already burned 1.
Yeah.
So I don't know that they would want to run this down and then call another timeout. The Raiders are changing personnel again. They're bringing Mayer onto the field. They're also bringing DeAndre Carter out there. This is 4th down. The nose of the football shy of the 45. That's where they need to get. O'Connell moves up under center. Raiders line up like maybe they're going to sneak it here.
Brotherly shove formation.
O'Connell takes the snap, hands it off on a sweep, racing left, 1st down. Carter cuts it up across the 50, across the Jets 45, down to the 41. Carter lined up like he was going to be one of the guys to shove O'Connell. They handed it to him running to the right, turned the corner and picks up 15.
So that was the formation of the brotherly shove out of Philadelphia, and Philly has run that play off what normally is just Jalen Hurts going up the middle. They have run that play just what the Raiders did there. What a beautiful play.
1st down and 10 for the Raiders. They keep possession. There's inside 8 minutes to go in the ball game. Receivers left and right. O'Connell lines up with his hands under center. 2 tight ends right. O'Connell takes the snap. He's back. He'll hand it off. This is Zamir White straight ahead along the left hash, and White finds a little room, keeps those legs driving. The ball's out. The ball is out. The Raiders say they have it at the 36-yard line.
It's 2nd down.
And it is Raider football. Boy, what an odd time to bring Zamir White in for his 1st carry of the game and only his 17th of the year.
Yeah, that did seem odd. A forearm on the ball. He was down anyway. That was not going to be a fumble. His left knee was on the ground, so that would have been reversed.
So it's a 5-yard gain. 2nd down and 5, and Josh Jacobs is right back in the game.
You get one play, son, then get back out there.
Devontae Adams, single receiver to the left. O'Connell with his hands under center. Jets jumped into the neutral zone, no flag. Handoff Jacobs, starts left, cuts back to his right, gets grabbed around the neck, able to spin his way forward and keeps driving. Jacobs getting pushed forward, over the 30, it's a 1st down. Jacobs looked like he was stood up at the 33, kept his legs driving, got a shove from behind all the way to the 29. It's a 7-yard gain. It's a Raider 1st down. They love it here in Vegas.
So Michael Clemens had him in the backfield, couldn't hold on to him. Josh Jacobs kept his feet, and then he got surrounded by his O-line, and they just carried him. The Browns did that today for even more yards. Just looked like a scrum just going down the field. That was an excellent job by the O-line.
Dylan Parham got in there and shoved him forward. Jacobs now with 107 rushing yards. It's his first 100-yard game of the year. Hand off to him again. Starts right, jump cut to his left, down to the 25, driving to the 24. Now the Jets are saying they have the ball. I didn't see it come out, but the Jets are saying they have the football.
Well, they're down there looking.
Sean Hockley is diving into the pile.
He's got arms like his dad, so he can do that, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Awaiting an official signal. Jets keep saying it's their ball, and it is. Jacobs fumbled the ball. The Jets recover at the 24-yard line.
So
Jacobs is screaming, I was down.
Yeah, let's see if he was down. Remember that we had a fumble a couple plays ago, but that would have been overturned had the Jets got it.
Recovered by the defense.
We'll get our first look on the monitor up here.
Timeout.
Now, it looks like the ball is loose, but there's a lot of arms and legs. The important thing here is going to be the call was a fumble on the field. So they need indisputable evidence that he was down.
Well, we've got timeout with 5:58 remaining in the game. Right now it is Jets football. Raiders lead 16-12. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Is your battery dead? At AutoZone, you can get the right Duralast battery to get you back on the road. Duralast batteries are designed to deliver OE performance and strong starts, even in extreme weather conditions. When you have a battery problem, get the right Duralast battery for your vehicle at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Try Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. Paying homage to the original invented over 100 years ago. This non-aerosol formula features enhanced ingredients, an exceptional glide, and crisp fragrance for a winning shave experience. Learn more at Barbasol.com.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. Look at the Week 10 scoreboard. Houston upset Cincinnati today in Cincy 30-27. Cleveland came from 14 down to beat Baltimore in Baltimore 33-31. Pittsburgh Steelers got a win at home over Green Bay 23-19. It was Tampa Bay breaking their losing streak, knocking off Tennessee 20-6. Over in Frankfurt today, Indianapolis got a win over New England 10-6. It was a Riley Patterson game-winning field goal as time expired for Detroit. Lions are now 7-2 with a 41-38 win over the Chargers in L.A. Cowboys dominate the Giants 49-17. San Francisco dominates Jacksonville 34-3. Seattle, a walk-off field goal from Jason Myers as time expires, beating Washington 29-26. It was Minnesota over New Orleans 27-19. And another walk-off field goal in Arizona. Matt Prater from 23 yards out gives the Cardinals a 25-23 win in Kyler Murray's return. We'll have all the details, post-game reaction, and highlights coming up when this one is done. For right now, back to find out what the replay shows from Ryan Radke and Mike Golick.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. The replay has decided it's Jets football. The Josh Jacobs fumbled, and the Jets will take over at their own 24, 1st and 10, with 6:06 remaining in the game, trailing 16-12. Two receivers left, single man right, shotgun snap to Wilson. On a play fake, looking left, steps up, throws over the middle, caught by Lazard, across the 40 and out to the 42. Zach Wilson flings that one over the middle. Lazard, a juggling catch, tackled by Spillane at the 42-yard line, and that'll be a first down for the Jets.
Boy, Zach Wilson just got out of the reach of Max Crosby and kind of sidearm slung it for the completion.
18-yard pickup, first down and 10. Two receivers right, one left. Wilson goes under center. Wilson takes the snap, quick throw, left side, caught by Garrett Wilson, cuts back inside across the 45, and then for some reason runs backward and out of bounds. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
Find out what channel your team is playing on by going to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Goes as a gain of a couple of yards, gain of 3, second down and 7. Garrett Wilson is off the field now. Zach Wilson lined with the shotgun, 3 receivers right, single man to the left. Wilson lifts his right leg, wants the shotgun snap. He's got it. Wilson back to pass, throws short over the middle, caught by Breece Hall. Angles left, runs along the numbers across the 50. He's got a first down. Divine Diablo tackles him in Raider territory at the 47. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Jets. Mike, back to that Garrett Wilson catch. Yeah. He actually ran backward and out of bounds. He might have twisted his ankle or something. I'm not sure.
He tried to. He was coming back on the field after he ran out of bounds and then turned and went off. And they're working on his lower, down by his foot and ankle area on the sideline. Now he's off the field.
10-yard completion to Breece Hall. Clock moving, 4:20 to go. 16-12 Raiders. 1st and 10 Jets. They've got it at the Raider 46. Wilson under center, takes the snap. Back on a play fake. Rolls left, throws left. Caught by Uzama. Takes a big hit. Hangs on, bounces off, cuts back right across the 40-yard line. And C.J. Uzama with a heck of a play. He took a shot, stayed on his feet, turned back inside, and takes it down to the Raider 40 for a gain of 6.
Nice yards after the catch there, breaking tackles. I'm sure a guy who thinks he needs to make up. He had a couple of holding calls earlier in the game.
Jacorian Bennett is the guy that put the hit on him, didn't wrap him up, and Uzama made him pay. So 2nd down at 4, and now the officials are running in. They're going to blow this dead.
Medical timeout.
So this again, I think they're going to tell Jacorian Bennett he's got to go to the sideline and get checked out after that collision with Uzama.
Yeah, they're not messing around anymore with anything that involves the head. If they see a player that's at all a little woozy or looks that way, they're going to tell him they got to get off the field and they have to get looked at. He's going to have to go into the blue tent.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Allegiant Stadium. Give your team an edge with Grainger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry, plus fast delivery and 24/7 support. When you call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. So Bennett on the sideline. Amik Robertson already left with a concussion. So Nate Hobbs is out there now for the Raiders, along with Marcus Peters. Tyler Hall is also in the game. 2nd down and 4. Wilson in the gun, takes the snap. Back to pass, has time, looks, going deep, left sideline. It is incomplete. Trying to get it to Garrett Wilson. Hobbs was in coverage on the play, and that'll bring up 3rd down. It'll be 3rd and 4.
Hobbs was there. Moore was there as well. Came over the top to help out. We've seen that a couple of times, trying to go down the sideline, haven't been able to hook up on that one. But that's okay. You know, when it's 3rd and 3, I don't mind that shot down the field on 3rd and 3 to give it a go.
3:30 remaining in the game. Jets do have all 3 timeouts, so they could kick a field goal here if they got into range. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Wilson in the gun, play clock down to 2, down to 1. Wilson clapping his hands, gets the snap, back to pass. Wilson looks, sidearms to throw, right side, caught by Conklin, reaching for the first down, and he's got it. Able to stretch the ball down to the 36-yard line. Conklin moves the sticks. First down, Jets on a gain of 5.
That's a pro move there as he's going down to reach his arm forward, move those sticks.
So the clock moves now, 3:07, 3:06 to go. Wilson in the gun, 2 receivers left, single man right. Here's the snap. Wilson back, looks, throws short right, incomplete, right through the hands of Alan Lazard. And he's a little gimpy after that. Diablo was in coverage. That'll bring up 2nd and 10. Clock stop, 3 minutes remaining in the ball game. Do you agree with that, Mike? Like, let's say if the Jets get a couple of yards, or even if they have 2 more incompletions, they could take the field goal, kick the ball to the Raiders, and use their timeouts? Or do you think they have to try to find the end zone?
I think they're going to have to try and find the end zone. We've seen the Raiders start to establish that run game a little more. If they get 1 or 2 first downs, the game could be over.
3 receivers out to the left. Conklin, the tight end, on the right end of the line. Zach Wilson in the gun. Breece Hall in the backfield to Wilson's right. Shotgun snap, blitz coming. Wilson back in trouble, rolling right, throws down the field, and a tumbling catch made inside the 30-yard line. It was Conklin going down to his knees at the 28. 8-yard gain, 3rd and 2 coming up for the Jets.
Now, especially when you're this close, as long as you're not losing yardage here to make that decision, do we kick the field goal or not? You know, here you got definitely have 2 plays to get a couple of yards.
Jets back in the huddle. They need to get to the Raider 26 for a first down. The Jets have not scored a touchdown in this game. They have kicked 4 field goals. They have scored just 8 offensive touchdowns all year. Slot left, single man right, shotgun snap. Wilson fires over the middle, juggled, caught by Garrett Wilson, first down. Wilson took a shot, lost the ball momentarily, grabbed it back and stretched forward. They'll mark him down at the 23. It's a gain of 6 and a first down for the Jets.
That's just a great job on the blitz side as we get down to the 2-minute warning, just throwing right into the blitz side and getting the ball out of your hand. Great job by Zach Wilson. Great job hanging on to it by Garrett Wilson.
We've reached the 2-minute warning with the score. The Raiders 16, the Jets 12, but New York threatening just outside the red zone. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Ooh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
Hey guys, it's Susie Schuster, and I am so excited for my new podcast coming out this fall. It is called What the Football with Susie Schuster and the Princess of Darkness, Amy Trask. If you're looking for a new podcast to listen to about jargon, heavy-legged waist benders, this is not for you. We're going to have big girl conversations where we are going super deep to bring you weekly guests that you won't find anywhere else. It is What the Football with Susie Schuster and Amy Trask, wherever you listen.
If you're worried about money, you're not alone. 2/3 of Americans say they're stressed out because of finances. Rocket Money is here to help. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps track your spending by letting you set custom budgets and sending you alerts when you're about to go over them. Plus, Rocket Money lets you see all of your subscriptions and cancel any ones you don't want with a single tap. To learn more, go to rocketmoney.com/collegesports. Or download the Rocket Money app from the Apple App or Google Play stores.
At CDW, we get the right workspace helps you work better.
It took 3 encyclopedias, but my webcam is finally at the right height. And I found the perfect cardboard box for my tangled assortment of cords and cables.
Sounds great, but with TripLight Work from Anywhere solutions orchestrated by CDW, it's easier for your teams to work consistently and productively with tools like monitor mounts, USB docks, and adapters.
Know anyone who wants 3 encyclopedias from 1992?
IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/triplight.
Coming up tomorrow night, the Buffalo Bills host the Denver Broncos. Join the great Kevin Harlan and Ross Tucker for all the action. Pre-game coverage with NFL Network's Rich Eisen kicks off at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on most of these same stations. Log on to WestwoodOneSports.com for more details or to listen to the live stream for free. If it's Monday Night Football, it's on Westwood One. Jets down 16-12. 2 minutes to go. Jets have all 3 timeouts. They have the ball at the Raiders' 22. The Jets have scored just 8 offensive touchdowns in 8 games. They have settled for 4 field goals tonight. They need the end zone to pick up a road win. Slot right, single man left. Zach Wilson in the gun. Has the snap. He's back to pass. Looks left, throws a screen to the right. Caught by Breece Hall. Hit at the 20 and dropped there. What a tackle by Tyler Hall, the 4th-year man out of Wyoming, who wrapped up Breece Hall. Only a gain of 2. Clock moving, 1:45, 1:44 to go. Second down and 8.
They had Garrett Wilson in the slot on that side, tried to run a crossing route to take the defense with him, but they weren't having any of it. And then, boy, like you said, what an absolutely great tackle by Hall.
Garrett Wilson is in the left slot, single receiver right. Second down and 8, 1:27 to go in the game. Zach Wilson in the shotgun, Breece Hall to his right. Here's the snap. Wilson back to pass, looking, throws right side, intercepted, picked off by Spillane. Back across the 30, 35, 40. Robert Spillane intercepts Zach Wilson, and the Raiders take over with 1:14 to go. Robert Spillane with his 3rd interception of the year. They have all come in prime time, and that one may give the Raiders a win.
Remember, this is a guy with a broken hand that had surgery on it. Hasn't missed a play, so he's got the bad hand. He's got it wrapped up pretty well as well. This is Zach Wilson trying to fit one in to Lazard, who stands there, and boy, what a great break on the ball by Spillane.
Now, earlier this year, he had 2 interceptions in the Monday night game against Green Bay. And this time he jumped in front of a former Packer, Alan Lazard, for the interception. Returns it back to the 40, a 25-yard return. The Raiders take over, 1:14 to go. Jets have all 3 timeouts. It is not over yet.
It is not. They need to come up hard, play the run. But boy, what a play by Spillane, reading the eyes of Zach Wilson as he tried to fit one in. Now it's on the defense, getting 3 stops.
Aiden O'Connell will go under center. Devontae Adams, single receiver left, 2 tight ends right. One of those, Austin Hooper, goes in motion over to the left. O'Connell takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Jacobs, running along the left hash, and Jacobs out to the 45, a 5-yard gain. Timeout taken by the Jets with 1:09 to go. It'll be 2nd down and 5. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on CBS next Sunday when the Jets take on the Buffalo Bills. Check your local listings for more details. Catch the NFL on CBS.
Jacobs last week, 26 runs, 98 yards. He had over 100 and then lost 3 on that last carry, or 2 on the last carry. Now 26 carries yet again tonight and 116 yards. So lest we forget, he led the league in rushing last year. And we were wondering, because we've done a couple of games out here, where had he been early in the season? Well, they're finding him again.
16th career 100-yard game for Jacobs. He passes Clem Daniels for 2nd on the Raiders' all-time list. Here's the snap. They'll hand it to him again. Jacobs straight ahead. And this time got back to the line of scrimmage. Jets will take timeout with 1:04 to go. And it'll be 3rd down and 5. Jacobs is already 3rd on the Raiders' franchise career rushing list. He is now 2nd in 100-yard games, picking up that 16th tonight. As you mentioned, he thought he had 16 last week and then lost yardage late.
So what do you do here? Do you run the ball, make them use their last timeout, and then they'll have to go a long way with no timeouts, or you get a 1st down here, it's ball game?
I think you have to run the ball and make the Jets call timeout, because if you have to punt, then you're still saying the Jets have to go the length of the field with no timeouts and score a touchdown.
And they have 4 field goals or not. I would agree with you to play it, do you dare say play it safe, but with Josh Jacobs, who knows? All he needs is 5 yards.
Aiden O'Connell goes under center. 2 receivers right, single man to the left. Here's the snap. O'Connell back on a play fake. Rolling right, sets his feet, throws, and it's knocked down by Jermaine Johnson, incomplete. So that saves the Jets a timeout with 1 minute to go in the game. And now the Raiders will punt. So as long as A.J. Cole can get off a good punt, the Jets will still have to go the length of the field, but they will have a timeout in their back pocket.
You had 2 tight ends, Hooper and Mayer, in the same spot. Something wrong there, but one of them probably would have caught it if it didn't get blocked, but you're not supposed to see 2 receivers in the same spot. A.J. Cole needs to be the hero yet again, huh?
Xavier Gibson standing inside the 10. Cole had that big leg a week ago. Now the Raiders need him to get a positional punt off here and try to pin the Jets back deep. And the Raiders are going to let the play clock run out. See if the Jets decline it or back the Raiders up 5 yards.
Offense. 5-yard penalty. It's 4th down.
It's something you don't see as much. Now you see a lot of times that nose down and high kick inside the 10. Gone is kind of the day. An old teammate of mine, Jeff Fiegels, when we were together in Philadelphia, he was great at the coffin corner kick.
Yeah.
And you don't see it a ton anymore. I'd love to see that one pulled out here.
And you definitely want to force the fair catch, or as you said, just kick it out of bounds and not let Gibson have a chance. Remember back in week 1, he had the punt return in overtime to beat the Bills. Here's the snap to Cole. Gets away a low liner that bounces at the 10 inside the 5 and goes into the end zone. Boy, that was weird.
That really was weird.
I mean, I don't know that I've seen a punt like that in the NFL this year. That was just a low line drive kick.
Do we think he meant to do
the
that?
end zone. I don't know.
Wow.
So the Jets will have it at the 20 with a timeout. 53 seconds left, down 16-12.
Well, so again, you have 1 timeout. You can use the middle of the field. Just got to hustle. And if you're the defense, when you tackle somebody, you just lay on them. I mean, that's just what you do in this situation. Let the clock keep running.
Wilson lines up in the gun. 3 receivers right, single man to the left. Wilson motions out to his right side. Play clock ticking down to 3. Wilson takes the snap, back to pass, looks right, nothing there, and throws it into the dirt, incomplete. Had nothing there, so he threw it down at the feet of Xavier Gibson. 2nd and 10, 49 seconds to go.
Smart play, absolutely a smart play. They'd had to burn their last timeout or lose a lot of seconds trying to get another play off.
Wilson talking to his offensive lineman here. Interesting, the Jets decide not to huddle even with the clock stopped. Wilson back in the gun. 3 receivers right, single man to the left. Wilson, left foot in front of right, barks out the signals, lifts his right leg, has the shotgun snap, back to pass on 2nd and 10. Rush coming, Wilson dumps it right side, caught by Conklin, the tight end, runs along the numbers across the 25, driving forward out shy of the 30, and he finally goes down at the 29. And the Raiders, as you suggest, in no hurry to get up off him. Conklin lost his helmet, he's trying to put it back on. They're going to let him stay on the field. Clock is moving, 28, 27 seconds left. Wilson in the gun, gets the snap. He's back to pass. Looking right, steps up, jump pass, down the middle. It's caught by Conklin. Leaping grab in Raider territory at the 44. Jets running up to the line of scrimmage. 12 seconds, 11. And now the Jets will take a timeout. I think Robert Saleh is arguing that there should have been more time on the clock. They may put seconds on. Yeah. We'll see.
If he called that timeout right away, they're going to add more seconds. But what a throw by Wilson. He had Max Crosby draped all over his legs, and he hoisted it out there, kind of back against his body the way he threw it. He's thrown some balls today that his body hasn't been all that flexible the way he's thrown it.
Please reset the game clock to 13 seconds.
So they're putting a second back on. I don't know what Saleh is really upset about something. I don't know if he thinks Wilson got roughed when he threw it or what. Hockley is over there talking to him. He was really upset. He was all the way out at the numbers screaming at the officials. And Hockley went over there. He's telling Saleh to get off the field.
So this has to be an out route. It's going to be very difficult to throw a pass over the middle and get up and kill it. You can, but this is one, as I'll say again, if you're a Raider, you lay on the receiver and let that clock run.
3 receivers left, single man right. Zach Wilson in the gun with Breece Hall to his right. 13 seconds. Here's the snap. Wilson back. Wilson moving left. Wilson tucks it down. Now looks, fires down the field to the corner of the end zone. It is incomplete. It was actually caught by Trayvon Merrick, but well out of bounds. 5 seconds remain. One last chance for the Jets to heave one to the end zone.
Well, so this is it. Whatever side this is what you work on. Whatever side you're comfortable with for the quarterback, either getting out to the right. A lot of times the defense will try and stop the quarterback from rolling right for a right-handed quarterback to have that momentum to get it to the end zone. So sometimes they roll left, whatever they work on, whatever Zach Wilson is comfortable with. He's just got to get it in the end zone.
Ball is at the Raiders' 44-yard line. 2nd down and 10. Just 5 seconds to go. Likely the final play of the game. Wilson in the gun, and now the Raiders are going to call timeout. Antonio Pierce wants to make sure that his guys are all on the same page here on what could be a game-winning play, trying to move Pierce to 2-0 in his head coaching career.
So you'll have Breece Hall is in there, and he's to the right side of Zach Wilson, the side of Max Crosby. So he'll help with Max on that side. And then, as I said, it's a matter of how they work on it and where Zach Wilson is most comfortable. He can easily be able to reach the end zone on this. That should not be a worry at all. It's just a matter if the Raiders can get some pressure.
The Raiders dropping a bunch of defenders back around the goal line. Merrick is going back. He's actually a couple yards deep in the end zone. Epps is back right now around the 2 and may back up a little bit farther. Isaiah Polamalu is back there around the 5.
This is the old play of defense knock the ball down.
Zach Wilson lines up in the gun. 3 receivers left. Garrett Wilson is the single man to the right. Max Crosby's almost out of the numbers. Here's the snap. Wilson back. Wilson in trouble. Spinning left. Chased by Crosby. Wilson runs outside the numbers. Turns. Fires it up. Into the end zone. It is knocked down. Incomplete. Raiders win. The Las Vegas Raiders pick up the win, beating the New York Jets 16-12. Antonio Pierce goes to 2-0 as the Raiders head coach, as Vegas evens its season record at 5-5. The Jets suffer a second straight defeat. They go to 4-5. Raiders win by 4, 16-12 the final.
Well, I'll tell you what, I give Zach Wilson a hell of a lot of credit on that last ball, rolling left almost to the sideline and still reaching the end zone. Guess that's a pass we saw on his pro day in shorts and a t-shirt rolling left and heaving it downfield. Excellent throw, gave his team a chance, but Raiders come out victorious, and sounds like they'll be smoking cigars again in the locker room.
Well, this game film isn't going to Canton, but the Raiders could care less.
Absolutely right.
They get the win. Robert Spillane with the big pick late. Antonio Pierce, who was the linebackers coach prior to being promoted, has to love that, seeing Spillane come up with the INT. And then the defense comes up with that last stop, keeping the Jets out of the end zone. Another frustrating loss for the New York Jets. Another game where they do not score an offensive touchdown. And the Las Vegas Raiders, they got one touchdown, and that was enough. Michael Mayer's first NFL touchdown, the difference in the game.
But you said it. I mean, they have a losing record. They haven't been playing well. They won 2 in a row. They could care less what it looked like for the work they put in and how they're playing right now, that they come away with a W.
Let's go down to the field where Raiders defensive end Max Crosby joins us. Max, congratulations on another win. We were just saying that at least offensively it wasn't real pretty, and I think you guys could absolutely care less. Second win in a row for you. Tell us about the defensive effort tonight to keep the Jets out of the end zone.
Yes, sir. You know, we just got to keep working. Every single day we go out, we run extra, we do extra, and as a D-line, as a defense in general, we just keep pushing the pace, and we play for games like this. We prepare for 5 quarters, now 4, so it was a great day of work. We got to win. Back to 500. We just got to keep it rolling.
And that's all that matters, is getting that win. What for you guys, from a mental or physical side, has been the biggest difference these last couple of weeks?
I think it's just mentality. Coming out with real confidence. Looking to get better every single day. We move to improve, and that's all we can do. Every single day we just keep getting better and better. We stick together, and we're playing as brothers, and you see that coming together. That rhymed a lot, but I didn't mean to, I promise.
Are there cigars in the locker room for this one?
Big stogies, 100 plus. We're ready to go. Stop playing. Let's go.
Hey, Max, before we let you go, you make so many big plays for this defense. Tell me about your guy, Robert Spillane, and the big pick late. He's been really big for you guys this year.
He's been incredible. He's been incredible. Every single day he shows up with a big smile on his face, ready to get better. And the more people you have that around, you're gonna do great things. And Spillane, he deserves everything he's accomplishing, and I love that dude to death.
Max, congratulations on the win. Thanks for a few minutes. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, brother.
Max Crosby of the Raiders. Las Vegas wins it 16-12. The Raiders back to 500. They jump the Chargers. They're in second place now in the AFC West. Once again, the final, Raiders 16 and the Jets 12. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Don't miss Provember at Lowe's. Save $80 on a DeWalt combo kit and save $20 on a 5-gallon pail of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams All-Purpose Power Primer. Plus, MVP's members earn 3 times the bonus points on DeWalt and HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams products. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Bonus points calculated before tax and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 11/22, subject to change.
Welcome back to Las Vegas. Ryan Radke, Mike Golick with you, where the Raiders won it tonight, 16-12, the final score. Let's check the final stats, sponsored by the United States Postal Service. This holiday season, send more joy from the comfort of home. Print shipping labels, schedule free package pickup, and turn on delivery notifications from the United States Postal Service. Total yardage ends up Jets 365, Raiders 274. On the ground, the Raiders, though, pick up 148 yards. They were led by Josh Jacobs, 27 carries for 116 yards. Aiden O'Connell goes 16-27, 153 yards, a touchdown and a pick. The touchdown went to Michael Mayer. It is his first of the year. We should mention Davante Adams did not catch a touchdown tonight. That ends a streak, 13 straight Sunday Night Football games with a touchdown reception. Zach Wilson, 23 of 39, 263. The one interception late was big. It came from Robert Spillane. Garrett Wilson, 9 catches, 93 yards for the Jets, who suffer a very tough defeat. For the Raiders, it's a hard-fought, well-earned win. 2 in a row under Antonio Pierce, and the Raiders, they're hovering around that playoff picture, Mike.
They absolutely are. Right now, we know the cigar smoke is wafting in the locker room. Max Crosby sharing those around. Antonio Pierce has them buying into and believing right now. That's all that matters. As we said, this wasn't a Picasso, but they get the win. You put a lot of hard work in every win, and every week, and you take the W. They're at Miami, and then they have Kansas City, and then a bye, which I'm sure they're going to look forward to because it's a later bye. But he's got them buying in, and those players they're going to come in and they're going to do their lifting, and they're going to do all the ancillary things that you need to do to be prepared as you're coming into starting the back half of the season with a lot more vim and vigor, because they know they're back in this. It's like a new season that's 2 weeks old now, and they're 2-0. So they're re-energized to continue to do all the little things that you need to do to win.
Meanwhile, the Jets had won 3 straight. They lose an ugly one on Monday Night Football to the Chargers, 27-6. They do not find the end zone tonight. In 9 games, they have scored 8 offensive touchdowns, Mike, and it's just more of the same. The defense gives them a chance. The offense cannot crest the hill to get them over the hump.
Yeah, it's same old song and dance until you see what's different. So you wonder in that locker room what happens. Does the defense lose confidence in the offense? Does the defense start to try and do more? Try and, overreach their bounds to try and make plays because maybe they feel they're not going to get it on the offensive side. So there's going to be, turmoil's a wrong word, but there's going to be some looking in that locker room like, hey, one side needs to pick it up to kind of stick with the other side here.
Big number for me in this game tonight. Breece Hall, 13 carries, 28 yards, 2.2 yards per carry for a guy that was top 5 in the league in yards per carry. Raiders did a good job against him.
And the Raiders, both these teams that I talked about at the beginning were horrible against the run, but we saw the Raiders have success running against the Jets, but not the other way around. So that's a feather in the cap for the Raiders, and something, again, you're going to need with the Jets, because neither one of these teams can just rely on their quarterback to throw for 350, and 4 touchdowns, right? They need the running game or the short passing game to make their jobs easier.
There'll be more questions in New York this week about Zach Wilson. There'll be more questions about the offense. This reminds me of the Sunday night game earlier in the year against Kansas City, where Wilson did some good things, but then had the key turnover late. Tonight, he throws the interception late in the game, and I'm sure Jets fans throwing their hands up again saying, we've seen this way too much.
Well, that's the thing. It's the inconsistency. You can be good and then you can be bad and cost us a game. So they're always going to be holding their breath, not sure what they're going to get. And you just see a bad interception at a very inopportune time tonight.
Raiders win it. They go to 5-5. Jets fall to 4-5. Raiders 16, Jets 12. Let's rejoin Scott Graham now in our Westwood One studios.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Let's take a look back at how this one went down tonight, although from the final score, you probably have a pretty decent idea if you're just joining us. There wasn't going to be a whole lot of offense, not with a defensive unit like the New York Jets unit, and not with a Las Vegas Raiders team that, in general, has struggled to put together their offense, although they showed signs of life in that way last week with their new interim head coach, Antonio Pierce. Jets actually scored on their first drive for the first time this year after the Raiders were out on their first drive. An 8-play, 49-yard drive resulted in a Greg Zuerlein field goal from 47 yards out, so New York was on the board first. Now, the Raiders were trying to get the ball to Davante Adams. Why? Because since Week 5, Adams had averaged 35 yards per game. Lowest total output over that span of time in Devontae Adams' career since back when he was a rookie. He did get involved early. He ultimately ended up getting targeted 13 times and caught 6 balls for 86 yards. All of those came early. His catches early set up a Daniel Carlson 41-yard field goal, but Greg Zuerlein answered back with a 53-yarder late in the first quarter to make it a 6-3 game. And then, in the second quarter, the Jets, at the very beginning of that second quarter, gave themselves an opportunity to try to expand that lead.
Shotgun snap to O'Connell, back to pass, looks, fires over the middle, intercepted, picked off by Whitehead at the 30, gets to his feet, runs toward the near sideline, trying to turn the corner, and he's knocked out of bounds around the 26. Jordan Whitehead had 3 interceptions week 1 against Buffalo. This is his first since then, and the Jets will take over in Raider territory at the 26-yard line. O'Connell's 3rd interception thrown this year.
So the New York Jets were in business with a 3-point lead and the ball just outside the red zone, but that's when things kind of cropped up on New York. Zach Wilson went on a scramble. It looked as though he had actually gotten into the end zone. In fact, the initial call looked like it was going to be touchdown, but he did not get into the end zone, and then some Jet problems kicked in. There was a penalty that ended up moving them back. I'm going to cut to the chase and tell you they didn't score the touchdown. Greg Zuerlein had a 30-yard field goal, and at the 11:48 mark of the second quarter, it was 9-3 New York. Raiders got that back when Daniel Carlson had on the final play of the first half from 54 yards out to make it a 9-6 game. And then Raiders with an opportunity to tie the game. Carlson did it with 2:36 to go in the third with yet another field goal, this one from 40 yards out. It was a 9-9 game as we went to the fourth quarter in this one. However, the Raiders began to move the ball. It's like the fourth quarter kicked in, and all of a sudden we saw signs of offensive life in this game. Josh Jacobs broke off a 30-yard run to get them down into New York territory, and although the Raiders again ran into a couple of struggles and a very stout New York Jets defense, they did have an opportunity to take a shot at the end zone behind their rookie quarterback. Time for the Wrangler Jeans highlight of the game.
Jacobs comes in motion from the left. Here's the snap. They fake the handoff to him. O'Connell looking, steps up in the pocket, moving right, lobs it back in the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown Raiders. Michael Mayer climbs the ladder and brings it in. A 7-yard touchdown pass. The Raiders find the end zone and find a 6-point lead.
That is the highlight of the game, sponsored by Wranglers, 75 years of history and still blazing trails. Check out Wrangler.com today to discover new styles and all the latest denim trends. Wrangler, for the ride of life. It was Mayer's first NFL touchdown, and with the extra point, it made it a 7-point game. The Jets were still going to have plenty of time, though. There was still 14-10 left to go in this one. And on their ensuing drive, Breece Hall took a short pass and went 35 yards with it to set the Jets up in business in Raider territory. They had an unbelievable opportunity on a gadget play, a flip back to Garrett Wilson that was supposed to be a throw ahead. He decided to throw the ball too quickly, and ultimately it ended up being incomplete. Had he waited another half second, it was probably a New York Jets touchdown. Turned out the Jets had to settle for a Zuerlein field goal once again, his 4th of the game from 45 yards out to make it 16-12. Ultimately, this game came down to the end, and it came down to the Raiders trying to hold defensively as the New York Jets tried to figure out a way to win the ball game. Remember, this is a Jets team that has 8 offensive touchdowns on the season. We're in week 10 right now. 8 offensive touchdowns on the season. Down by 4 when they had the ball, they had to find the end zone. Zach Wilson was moving his team downfield and looked like he had that opportunity. In fact, they were at the red zone and they were thinking touchdown when Las Vegas stepped up defensively and made the play.
Zach Wilson in the shotgun, Breece Hall to his right. Here's the snap. Wilson back to pass. Looking, throws right side, intercepted. Picked off by Spillane. Back across the 30, 35, 40. Robert Spillane intercepts Zach Wilson, and the Raiders take over with 1:14 to go. Robert Spillane with his 3rd interception of the year. They have all come in prime time, and that one may give the Raiders a win.
So it started with a fumble by Josh Jacobs in their own territory. It ended in Raiders territory, trying to knock on the door. Spillane, the big interception. But the Jets still had timeouts remaining, and the Raiders were going to have to try to get something done in order to kill off the remainder of this game. They couldn't get it done. They punted it away, and it was not a good punt. Ultimately ended up giving the Jets the ball after a touchback with one timeout remaining and an opportunity again for Zach Wilson to get downfield. He ultimately got them to the midfield area, close enough from the 44-yard line to get one shot at it before time expired.
Zach Wilson lines up in the gun. 3 receivers left. Garrett Wilson is the single man to the right. Max Crosby's almost out of the numbers. Here's the snap. Wilson back. Wilson in trouble. Spinning left. Chased by Crosby. Wilson runs outside the numbers. Turns. Fires it up. Into the end zone. It is knocked down. Incomplete. Raiders win. The Las Vegas Raiders pick up the win, beating the New York Jets 16-12. Antonio Pierce goes to 2-0 as the Raiders head coach, as Vegas evens its season record at 5-5. The Jets suffer a second straight defeat. They go to 4-5. Raiders win by 4, 16-12 the final.
If you're a New York Jets fan, would you have guessed that your team outgained the opposition by almost 100 yards in the game and still didn't figure out a way to get into the end zone or to get a win? Raiders win it by a score of 16-12 tonight. That evens them up now at 5-5 on the year, and for the Raiders, that is awfully good news. Back-to-back wins under the interim head coach Antonio Pierce as they head to Miami next week. The New York Jets are now 5-5. When we come back, we're going to run down all the scores and the highlights from today's NFL action. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Nobody brings you the excitement of Formula One racing like SiriusXM. Let's go, come on! Hear every thrilling lap of a worldwide championship chase.
Verstappen takes the lead in the Grand Prix. Hamilton couldn't hold him off.
Comprehensive pre- and post-race coverage.
That was the best race I've ever seen.
And a weekly insider look at the F1 circuit every Wednesday on SXM Wheel to Wheel.
There's been plenty going on both on and off track.
The 2023 Formula One season on SiriusXM Channel 81 and the SXM app.
Soccer's biggest clubs play in the English Premier League, and you can hear them in action every week on Sirius XM FC.
A 5-star show from Manchester City.
From the traditional powers
Liverpool have been incredible tonight. Manchester United may just have won it.
to the new kids on the block.
Newcastle United, they have lived up.
All the top teams.
A quick fire double from Chelsea.
Every match.
Absolutely glorious from Tottenham Hotspur.
Only on Sirius XM FC 157 and the SXM app. The MLS Cup playoffs have arrived, and there's no better way to keep up with the postseason than with Sirius XM FC. From the flag bearers to the fresh faces.
It's gone away by Klaus! And Klaus scored!
Hear every playoff match all the way through the 2023 MLS Cup final.
Ali Mukhtar, the header! There's the hat trick!
It's the MLS playoffs on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Santa baby, bring on the merry and bring on the bright. Sing along with modern holiday hits on Holly, Channel 79. Or revisit Christmas Past with the nostalgic sound of holiday traditions on Channel 71. Listen now through Christmas Day and enjoy dozens of unique holiday channels anytime you want in the SiriusXM app.
Back at the Sunday Night Football postgame show following Las Vegas. That's right, they play in Las Vegas' win over the New York Jets tonight, 16-12. Take a look back at what happened earlier today in the National Football League. You know, the Houston Texans came into today with more wins than they had all of last year. This team was only 1-3 on the road, though, going to face the Cincinnati Bengals, a team that seemed to have found its stride, winners at 4 in a row. Houston only a game behind Cincinnati, though, in the AFC playoff race, and they've got C.J. Stroud. Coming off that record-setting week last week, Stroud was good again today in Cincinnati. Not as good statistically, but he threw for a score, ran for a score, threw for 356 yards on the day. Joe Burrow, not quite as good as he has been. Jamar Chase still had 124 yards and a 64-yard touchdown catch, but in this ball game, Houston had a lead. They allowed Cincinnati to creep back in. Ultimately, the Bengals did, tying the game at 27. That set up the kid for another run down the field to try to get his team a victory. He did it last week, getting into the end zone. Today, he got them close enough for a field goal try for the new kicker.
38-yard field goal attempt from the left hash mark for the victory for Matt Amendola. Here's the snap, here's the spot, here's the kick, plenty of leg, and it's good! The Texans walk off with a win. Yes! Cincinnati, they take it 30-27. Matt Amendola at the buzzer. The Texans walk away with a win that we'll never forget.
That might be overstressing it a bit. I don't know. Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware with the call on Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610 in Houston. But the Texans now 5-4 on the year with that 30-27 victory. What they're not going to forget is what their youthful quarterback looks like out on the field. He is already the early line favorite for Offensive Rookie of the Year, and his head coach, D'Amico Ryans, himself a first-year head coach, has taken notice.
It's impressive to see a young kid, right, make mistakes and grow from it in the same game, right? And for us to be able to come out with a win after, some mistakes that he made and still be able to win the game and learn from it, it's much better to correct after a win than a loss. So really proud of CJ, and he let me know that, hey, we got you. After the interception, he let me know we got you. We're going to make a play, right, to help us win this game.
Noah Brown had 172 receiving yards in this game. And check out Devin Singletary. 30 carries, 150 yards, and a touchdown. On the other side, Joe Burrow threw for 347, 2 scores, but 2 interceptions on the day. As we said, both teams are now 5-4 on the year. Tyler Boyd had a big catch to set up that last Cincinnati drive, but dropped a touchdown pass in the end zone that might have won it for the Bengals. All right, speaking of mistakes that ultimately end up changing the game, Lamar Jackson made one today. Baltimore playing at home against Cleveland, and Baltimore had won their last 2 home games by a combined 75-9 score. Browns with that great defense, much better at home than it is on the road, but the defense played a major part in this game today. Cleveland was trailing by 14 in the first quarter, 14 in the fourth quarter, but they picked off Lamar Jackson and got a touchdown out of it. Greg Newsome with the interception return for a touchdown, and then Dustin Hopkins missed the game-tying extra point attempt. Didn't matter, though, because he got another opportunity before time expired.
Here's the snap. It's a good one. The hold is good. The kick is on its way, end over end, and it is good, but there's a flag on the field.
Joe Bitonio celebrating,
Yeah,
Tom.
the Browns are celebrating.
There's no fouls for illegal leverage. Field goal will count. This will end the game.
And that will end the ball game. The Browns have won it 33-31. They've come from behind. They've erased all the mistakes today, and they've turned it into a victory.
We know who that is, don't we? It's Tom McCarthy, Westwood One's own. He is filling in today for Jim Donovan on the Cleveland Browns Radio Network. There is your second game-winning field goal as time expires as Cleveland wins at 33-31. Deshaun Watson, 213 yards and a touchdown on the day today. Jerome Ford ran for 107 yards, and Cleveland is now 6-3. They get to go back home to take on Pittsburgh in a huge game next weekend in the AFC North. The other side, Lamar Jackson threw for 223 and a touchdown, but those 2 interceptions on the day, Baltimore falls to 7-3. That Pittsburgh team, well, they do what they do. They stick around, they muck it up a little bit, they make the game a little bit on the ugly side, and then they figure out a way late to get it done. Today against the Green Bay Packers, that was pretty much the plan. Pittsburgh had a lead late in the ball game, and Jordan Love tried to bring his team back and pull out a victory late. That's when the Pittsburgh defense stepped in.
3 seconds left, 1st and 10 at the 16. Here's the snap. He's back. He looks. He fires for the goal line. Intercepted! And that is Casey running up the sideline. This game's over.
Bill Hillgrove, 102.5 WDVE and the Steelers Radio Network. Steelers win at 23-19 on a day where their quarterback threw for 126 yards. But Jaylen Warren ran for 101 and a score. Najee Harris, 82 and a touchdown. And Pittsburgh, all 6 of their wins have been decided by 1 possession this year. They're now 6-3. Jordan Love threw for 2 touchdowns, 289 yards on the day. Aaron Jones just 35 total yards. Green Bay is 3-6. You know, Tampa Bay had been struggling after their 3-1 start in their bye week. They'd lost 4 in a row, but just what the doctor ordered, Tennessee coming to town today with a rookie quarterback. Will Levis, who threw for those 4 touchdowns in his first game, hasn't thrown for one since. Baker Mayfield did throw for 2 today, one of them to Mike Evans. Could have been 2. He actually dropped one. Tampa Bay beats Tennessee. 20-6 was the final. Mayfield 278 yards. Throwing the ball today, Rachaad White had 51 on the ground, 47 through the air, including a 43-yard touchdown catch. Tampa Bay stops the losing streak. They are now 4-4. Will Levis, 19 out of 39 for 199 yards, no touchdowns and an interception. And another one of those days where Derrick Henry is turned off like a spigot. 11 carries, 24 yards. Tennessee is 3-6. Speaking of turning things off like a spigot, somebody turned the offense off at Frankfurt Stadium today. It was the Indianapolis Colts, it was the New England Patriots, and if you loved offense, there was something else you could have been doing with your Sunday morning. Indy scored in the first quarter. Jonathan Taylor got into the end zone from 1 yard out. That was the last time anybody got into the end zone in this ball game. It was 10-6, Indy on top, when one final drive was presented to the New England Patriots to try to come back and win the game. That's when Bill O'Brien pulled Mac Jones again in the fourth quarter and brought on Bailey Zappi. Zappi, cold off the bench, completed 3 passes, was trying to finish the job when he came up short.
43 seconds, 42. Patriots out of timeouts at their own 40, first down and 10, and Zappi spikes the football.
No, he faked it.
And throws over the middle, and it's intercepted. Rodney Thomas picks it off. He faked the spike and rifles it over the middle, and Rodney Thomas picks it off. And the Indianapolis Colts are going to leave Frankfurt, Germany with a huge win to get them to 5-5.
Always go with your first instinct. Spike the ball. Bill Rosinski with the call with Mike Mayock here on Westwood 1. Indy holds on for a 10-6 win. So that decision by Bill Belichick to change quarterbacks, not only didn't it work, but it's going to raise more questions, more potential controversy. Mac Jones met with the media after the game.
It's hard, right? It's a difficult situation, but at the end of the day, I really did want the team to win. I'll always be that person. I know that we didn't win, so it's hard for everybody. But I have to play better to not even be in that situation, and it's not ideal for anybody, right? No one is going to do good in that situation.
Matt, do you still feel like Coach Belichick has full faith in you as the starting quarterback of this team?
At the end of the day, I got to play better. So, to make people believe, you got to be better. So, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Do you still believe in yourself, Matt?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I put a lot of work into it. I got a lot of faith in myself, but there's just things I got to get fixed and just learn, right? Just keep learning and figure it out.
Handled really well, kid, but New England is now 2-8 on the year for the first time since Bill Belichick's first year as the Patriots head coach. That was 2000 when they finished at 5-11. Gardner Minshew threw for 194 yards today. Jonathan Taylor had the game's lone touchdown, and Indy is now 5-5. Still to come, more scores and highlights and post-game reaction. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Before Shopify, were you wondering, where are my sales at? Now you're selling with Shopify, the global commerce platform supercharging your selling. You have no problem selling online, in person, on social media, and beyond. Gary, easy on the cha-ching.
Oh, sorry, but my Shopify sales are through the roof.
Start selling with Shopify today and discover how millions of businesses around the world use Shopify to ignite their selling. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/touchdown. Shopify.com/touchdown.
Need to hire? Indeed has some top talent on speed dial. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. The moment you post a sponsored job, you'll get instantly matched with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your job description. And you can then conveniently schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from Indeed's hiring platform. Get $75 in credit towards your first sponsored job at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Back at the Sunday Night Football postgame show following the Raiders' win over the Jets. We continue our look back at what happened earlier today. Hell of a game today at SoFi Stadium between the Detroit Lions and the LA Chargers. Lions have been playing good ball and leading their division. Jared Goff going back home again to Los Angeles, and this one was a back-and-forth affair. Detroit Lions took the lead in this game. The Chargers were playing catch-up all game long. It was a big day statistically for the Lions. David Montgomery in his return had 116 yards, including a 75-yard touchdown. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 8 catches for a $156. Jared Goff threw a couple of touchdown passes in this one, but it was not about getting into the end zone that mattered in this ball game. Justin Herbert threw 4 touchdown passes, including one late to Keenan Allen to get the game tied. And knotted at 38, Goff got his team into field goal range for one shot late.
There it is. Fox the hold. Patterson the kick. It is up and it is good. He got it. That's a victory for the Lions on the final play of the game. And what a game it was. Back and forth they went. No separation between these two. And Lonnie Patterson sends it through to secure a 41-38 victory for the Lions. That is big-time stuff.
Dan Miller, the Detroit Lions radio network. What a kick for Riley Patterson. What a win for the Detroit Lions. They're 7-2 now. They haven't won a division since 1993, but they're tracking that way in the NFC North. Herbert, tough day after you throw for 323 and 4 scores. Keenan Allen had 175 yards receiving. But the Chargers fall to 4-5. If you're keeping track at home, and I encourage you to do so, that is our 3rd game-winning field goal as time expired this afternoon. Hint, there's going to be more. Dallas had the New York Giants in town today. The Giants playing with a depleted roster, including a quarterback, Tommy DeVito, an undrafted free agent starting at quarterback. Dak Prescott was not an undrafted free agent when the Dallas Cowboys brought him in. Last time New York Giants beat Dallas in Dallas was Prescott's first career start back in Week 1 of 2016. Prescott was just fine today, thank you very much. 404 yards, 4 touchdowns, ran for a score. Dallas all over the New York Giants. They were up 28-0 at halftime. They win by a score of 49-17. Brandon Cooks, 9 catches, 173 yards and a score. And C.D. Lamb, another game of 10-plus receptions with 150 yards or more and a touchdown. He also ran for a score in this game. Ultimately, the numbers were 11 catches for a $151 for C.D. Lamb. Nobody's ever done that over a 3-game span, by the way, before in the National Football League. So Dallas improves to 6-3 on the year, and Mike McCarthy likes the way his team has gone, really kind of turning on a dime since the last time we saw him on Sunday Night Football, and they were getting blown out by the Niners back on October the 8th.
The 49er game was, it was disappointing for all of us. So I mean, it wasn't like, it was just one guy. So nobody, walked out of there that day. And I think just like anything, this is the National Football League. You get knocked on your ass, and it's not whether you get back up. It's how you get up. And I think our guys have responded.
Out of a record day, Dallas with 6 players with a scrimmage touchdown. That's a team record, and they outgained the Giants by 468 yards. Last time we saw a gap that big in a game in the National Football League, 1979. Tommy DeVito had a couple of touchdown passes. Saquon Barkley, 66 yards. New York, in a lost season, is now 2-8. San Francisco got back after their bye, trying to break a 3-game losing streak, and they did it the old-fashioned way. They turned it over to their quarterback.
Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it, and he's gone! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Pop of the 49ers radio flagship, KNBR 680 in San Francisco. Niners win it 34-3 today. Brock Purdy, 3 touchdown passes, including that 66-yarder to Kittle, who had 116 yards. The upset of the day, Christian McCaffrey didn't get into the end zone, so his streak of consecutive games with a touchdown stops at 17, tied all-time with Lenny Moore. They tried. At the end of the game, they gave him 4 shots to get in, even though they were up by 31. San Francisco now 6-3. Trevor Lawrence threw a couple of interceptions today. Travis Etienne held to just 35 yards. Jacksonville sees their 5-game win streak come to an end. They are 6-3. Seattle and Washington came down to the final play of the game. We told you what kind of day this was, right? This was after Washington tied the game with 52 seconds left. Geno Smith set up his kicker.
Jason Myers between the hash marks from 43. The kick is going to be long enough, and the kick is good! Jason Myers wins it on the last play of the game. The Seahawks facing all kinds of issues In the fourth quarter, they come back, they score, and now they win it.
Steve Rabel on Seahawks Broadcasting. 29-26 the final. Geno Smith throws for a couple of scores in this one of them to Tyler Lockett, who had 8 catches for 92 yards, and Seattle is 6-3 now on the year. Sam Howell, he continues to put up statistics. 312 yards and 3 touchdowns, no interceptions on the day today. Washington is now 4-6 on the year. What is there to say about Joshua Dobbs? He won last week just off the bus. Today, he got an opportunity to play at home with a full week to prepare. When you're an aerospace engineer, I guess that's enough time. He threw for a touchdown, he ran for a score, and the Minnesota Vikings beat New Orleans today at US Bank Stadium 27-19. Take a look at what this team has done, and Kevin O'Connell is very proud of the fact that despite the injuries and losing their starting quarterback, this team has always believed.
This guy was never falling to those guys in that locker room. Adversity truly, if you look at it as an opportunity, and you have your football team all looking inward and trying to be the best versions of themselves for that greater good of trying to accomplish something special, I am of the belief that we can continue to go out and write our own story.
Saints led the NFL with 412 yards and 300 passing yards per game since Week 6, but Derek Carr got hurt in this game in the third quarter, left with a shoulder and an injury and a concussion. Jameis Winston threw 2 touchdowns, but also 2 interceptions on the day. New Orleans falls to 5-5 on the year. And welcome back Kyler Murray. He had been out since tearing his ACL back in Week 14 of last year. He made his return today, and he looked like Kyler Murray, ran around, got a rushing touchdown, threw for 249 yards, but in the game against the Atlanta Falcons, it came down to, come on, wait for it, a potential game-winning field goal.
Here we go. The snap's good. The ball's down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And the Cardinals win it. 25-23. Welcome back, Kyler. Kyler Murray engineering the game-winning drive, and Arizona gets its second win of the season.
Dave Pasch and the Arizona Cardinals radio network as Arizona improves to 2-8 on the year. They also welcome back James Conner today, who had 73 yards on 16 carries. On the other side, Taylor Heineke got the start in this one, but he left the game with a hamstring injury. So Desmond Ridder, who had been supplanted as the quarterback, came in. He went 4 for 6, ran for a touchdown. Bijan Robinson had 95 yards on the ground, including a touchdown from in close. They hadn't given him many opportunities to do that. But the Atlanta Falcons fall to 4-6 on the year. We're going to wrap things up when we return. By the way, just in case you didn't know, it's the only time we've ever had 5 game-winning field goals as time expires in a week in NFL history. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back. Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So, wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Science is not an opinion. People come before pipelines. It's not too late to act on climate. At Earth Justice, we hold these beliefs to be self-evident. We're a national legal nonprofit fighting for your right to a healthy environment. Our 150-plus lawyers represent clients free of charge because now, more than ever, the Earth needs a good lawyer. If you believe what we believe, go to earthjustice.org today.
COVID-19 has changed everything for the children of the world. Since the earliest days of the pandemic, we've been on the ground, providing children food, educational resources, and basics no child should be without. To learn more, visit savethechildren.org/together. This year, join us and make change for children. Visit savethechildren.org/together. Sponsored by Save the Children.
Final score, Las Vegas 16, the New York Jets 12. You've been listening to Westwood One's coverage of Sunday Night Football. Tonight's broadcast has been sponsored by Bounty Paper Towels, by Verizon, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by AutoZone, by NFL.com, and by BetMGM, the official odds provider for Westwood One. Please gamble responsibly. I want to thank our crew for this evening. Studio coordinator Art Martinez, production assistance provided by Dan Silverman, Jeremy Knight, and Mike Costa. Our statistician Chad Hartley, spotter Mike Taylor, our engineer Raul Velez. Production supervisors Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein, coordinating producer Mike Eby, and the executive producer of Westwood One Sports is Howard Deneroff. Join us again tomorrow night for Monday Night Football when the Buffalo Bills host the Denver Broncos. Kevin Harlan and Ross Tucker have all the action. I'll have pregame coverage at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Then later this week, it's Thursday Night Football as the Cincinnati Bengals battle the Baltimore Ravens. And finally, next Sunday night, the Minnesota Vikings meet the Denver Broncos. You can catch all of those games right here on many of these same stations on the NFL app or streamed live for free on our website, westwoodonesports.com. Once again, our final score tonight from Las Vegas. The Raiders, 16, the New York Jets, 12. Now for Ryan Radke and Mike Golick, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.